So, I'm sorry, say it again.
Nemetz.
Okay. And your date of birth is?
July 19, 1994.
Okay, 94. All right. This is in reference to case number 142891132. I'm Detective Todd Jordan. This is my partner, Detective Bernard. All right. The time now is, date is the 16th of October. It's 7:18 p.m. And these are all formality stuff that we have to go through, okay? Another one of these formalities, I'm going to read this to you, okay? This is a part of the investigation of what happened in your home, okay? So this is another one of those formalities. Before making any statements or before questioning or making any statements, I want to advise you you have the right to remain silent. Any statement that you do make can be used as evidence against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to talk to an attorney of your choice and have an attorney present during questioning or making these statements. If you cannot afford an attorney, you're entitled to have one appointed for you without cost to you, and to have an attorney present at any time in any question or making any statements. During questioning and making any statements. This is the one I like. You may stop answering questions and ask for an attorney at any time during the questions and making the statements. Do you understand those? Okay. All right. I'm going to write your name right up here, Skylar. Okay. What I want you to do, because I just read those to you, right by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right here, just put your initials in there, and then read those and answer those 2 questions, okay? Just,
you have your photograph?
No, yeah, we'll get that.
Okay.
I'll get that. Thank you. Okay, and then initial by your, yeah, that's perfect, sign that. And initial by your 2 answers there. And my partner's going to sign it, and then I'll sign it, all right, okay? So, tell me what happened tonight, Scott.
Today I got back, I'm in the military, and today, I've been here for like 2 years, and today I got back from Yakima Training Center up in Northeast Washington. I got back about 3 o'clock. My wife picked me up then. I've been gone since the 27th of last month. So I just got back today.
A couple weeks then.
Yeah, it's been like 3 weeks. Got back today. Wife picked me up, got in my truck, we drove home. Downloaded all my gear onto the porch. And we visited for like an hour and just, I missed her so much. This time was different. This time, there was something different about this time, but I missed her a lot more than I had before.
How long have you guys been married?
We're about to be 2 years. But anyways, I got home, ordered some pizza, just trying to relax. I haven't slept in a couple days because I've been working nonstop. So yeah, I get home, eat some pizza, watch some movie. She works for a company called Granite Transformations. It's like a construction company. Anyway, she works for the managers there, and so she said, well, she gets paid on her own time because whatever. So
what do you mean? What she does her own hours?
Yeah, it's a whatever you call it system. It's
like she calls and
just talks to her boss, and she works with the management. And so anyway, she just said, I'm gonna work for like 2 hours and call some. I don't know what the fuck how they handle all that. I don't know anything about it. I'm in the military. I don't know all that shit.
Okay.
Anyways, so I'm like, okay. So she goes on. She was talking on the phone with a couple of employees or whatever, and she was going because she also I got her an iMac, so she can like do videos and like make videos to like promote the business or whatever. So she was making a video or whatever, and anyways, I was gone for those. Usually when I leave her like a firearm or at least some sort of security or just or I tell a friend, that I'm leaving. And so this time I had a DPMS AR-15 that I had bought last year for her birthday. It was just me and her. I bought her that for her birthday. Anyways, I left it unloaded. This is where I was so confused. Is I left it unloaded with a magazine away from it in the closet because she doesn't know how to use the safe and all that. So I left that in the closet, and I told her, you only touch this if you need it, and when I get home, I'll put it away because I'm home. So, anyways, I got home. I didn't even think about any of that. I was just relaxing, and finally she went to work on the computer and talked to employees and whatnot, and I just thought to myself, oh, well, I'm home, I'm just gonna I'll go unload the rifle and I'll put it away because she doesn't need it anymore. So there's the front doors right here, and you kind of walk around, and there's a spare bedroom in our bedroom that me and her sleep in the bed with. Anyway, she was in the spare bedroom that we use for when I do stuff on the computer for work, or she calls employees, she goes in there because we have a computer and it's silent. She was in there, and I left the rifle in there because the safe is in that same room. It's a Cabela's safe. I'm just trying to get it as accurate as possible.
Sure.
Okay. So I went into the room, and I was behind her when she was on the computer. Right before anything happened, I was just like watching. I looked over her shoulder and I was looking what she was doing on the computer, and I was like, you're really cute. Or whatever. I told her, you're being really cute right now because I just think it's cute when she works and stuff like that. And so I took the rifle and I took the magazine out. And I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, I didn't charge it. I didn't pull the trigger or anything. I hit the safety. I turned the safety from safe to semi because I was about to charge it to make sure it was clear. Even though when I gave it to her, I knew it wasn't around. So here, I think that when I was gone, she might have put a round in the chamber, maybe, not knowing what she was doing. And so I don't know what the fuck. I did not pull the trigger, and the magazine was not on the weapon. I put the weapon on fire. It was on fire, so it had the probability of firing the weapon. And I don't know how the fuck it went off, but it went off. And
What's your wife's name?
Her first name is Tara.
Spell it for me, bud.
Tarrah.
And your
Her name is Danielle, Danielle. I call her Danny.
Okay.
And then her last name is my last name, Nemetz.
Okay, where are you guys from?
We're both from a hometown in Northern California. We're both from Humboldt County. She was born in McKinleyville. She was born in she was born actually in San Francisco, and immediately a week later she moved to McKinleyville, where she lived with her family. And I was born in the same town. I was born in Eureka, but they're within like 10 miles of each other. It's all one big county. And
what's her date of birth?
Her date of birth is January 11th, 1995. She's 19 right now.
I got it.
Okay. So you said that you knew of the. You have a key with you.
I'm just gonna sneak around here.
Okay. He's got a lot of this door. Okay, if you
I'm not gonna do anything.
No, it's not for you. I hear people out there, and I can't have people walk in, so it should have been locked.
I don't want people barging in on this.
I've never hurt anybody. I mean, the worst thing I've done, I go deer hunting. And this weekend, actually, I was planning on I remember I got home and I had planned out this big thing. We're going to go down to Morton, and we were going to go deer hunting. And I had a rifle that I've had since I was about 11 years old. My grandma's been using it since the the late 60s. And I was excited because I was going to get her all of her stuff and we were going to go hunting down in Morton. I remember I was so excited. I already had plans this weekend, and I remember we were just talking about them. We were talking about her work. I was so excited to see her. I was out in the field the whole time. I didn't have much time to talk to her because I was working from 4 in the morning.
What are you doing in the Army?
I'm a mortarman. I'm a gunner. I'm a 240 gunner, and whatever. You can 11C, 11 Charlie.
11C is your unit?
No, that's MOS. My unit is 3-2, or you can just put 3,2, 5-20. HHC. And I'd like to talk to my chaplain.
Sure.
Is he allowed to be in here?
Yeah. Well, he not in here. He can't. But we'll call him.
I just want to talk to him.
I understand. I get that. Listen, man. I'm a good God-fearing man. My partner is too. I understand that. But we just got to kind of figure out everything that happened right now.
I go shoot with my buddies out in like Capitol Forest and stuff. You know, like every other weekend. I'm not an asshole guy. I'm always like, hey, don't do that. You know, it's not safe. Oh no, don't do it. It's not safe. Fucking wear eye pro and ear pro. It's not safe. Like, and then I'm that guy that's always just hassle. And my buddies go out there, they can drink alcohol, and I'm the one guy that doesn't. And like, and this is the shit that happens to me. I hear about my buddies fighting with their girlfriends and wives, and I never do. I love my wife so much.
You guys never fight, you say?
I mean, we had a little bickerment. She's like, but I've never laid a hand on her my entire life, and I never planned to. I never.
So how long were you guys out in the field for? Almost from
the 27th of September to today. I left this morning. I left it.
And how long have you guys been married?
We got married on March 7th of 2013.
March 7th, 2013.
Yeah, so for 5 more months, and we'd be 2 years.
Okay. And so how many
much more.
Yeah, how many times have you guys been deployed in that time and been separated?
When I got here, my unit had just gotten back from deploying within 2 weeks before, and we had been on yellow cycle, so we don't deploy anymore.
Okay. So so you guys have been married a little over a year. So in that time frame, how much time have you guys spent away?
We've been together before we got married. We were together, but not marriage-wise. Yeah. And I've been gone for months at a time, and then I went to basic, and I was gone for whatever the fuck time that was, whatever.
So you guys like high school sweethearts?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been her cousin. I've been friends with since I was 12 years old.
Oh, okay.
Our whole families are intertwined since we were little kids. It's really deep for me. It's my family.
Well, I was just gonna. You said that you missed her this time more than you normally missed her. I mean,
yeah.
Was there something going on that made you miss her more?
No, I think the last few times, I went to NTC in Southern California, Yakima last year, and like some other like little things to meet you on like on post. And usually I always thought like, oh, this is good for us, you know, like we had a little bickerment the other day, so I think it'd be good for us to get a little couple days apart. But this time it's just like. When I left, I knew I was gonna miss her. We were just doing so good, and I loved her so much. And I was really sad to leave, and so was she. And when I saw her, I remember when I got in the truck after work, she was just had the biggest smile on her face, and I was trying to fight my smile away. But,
and that was today, right?
Yeah. You guys, any of my friends, when I talk about her, I always talk great things. I love her so much. I would never hope anything like this. Oh no. No, this time I don't know why, I just really missed her a lot more this time.
No. You just wanted to be home more, or what was that?
I just miss her, I don't know.
Yeah.
We'd known each other for about 3 years the other day on October 4th, and when that day hit, I was just really missing her.
No. No, it's tough anyway.
Was she missing you too?
Yeah, she told me she was just missing me a lot. And
Have you guys ever, has she ever had some guy at work that she talked to or anything like that made you upset?
No, I trust her 100%. And I would never, ever do anything, cheat on her or anything, and I know she wouldn't either. It's solid. It's really good. I know for a fact too. I've known her for so long, and I can read her like a book, and she can read me, and it's just this isn't. This kind of stuff is supposed to happen to people like me and her.
No, you're right. It's not. But there was nobody when you got home, you guys were hanging out and just eating some pizza and stuff. There was no bickering or anything like that?
No bickering at all. I was just so curious how she was doing, just what she did and how work was going. She was wondering if I was okay out there, if I got sick or anything. She was asking me a lot if I got sick. And, yeah, I mean... Yeah.
Do you guys have any beers or anything when you got home?
Yeah, that's one thing I meant to say. When I got, I didn't expect this, but when I got off, when she came pick me up, apparently one of her friends, she asked one of her friends, she got me some alcohol, but I hardly drank any of it, and I remember she got some cinnamon, I don't even know, I don't really drink that much at all, like ever, and she got me some cinnamon shit.
We call it Fireball or something like that?
Yeah, that's what it's called. Anyways, I literally had like a little, like, it was like probably like a glass like that big around, like that tall, like a regular drinking glass, and it was probably like that much, and I poured filled the rest with Red Bull because I was really tired, but I didn't want to go to sleep because I want to talk to her so much. I remember I drank that, and that's all I drank.
Did she have anything to drink at all?
No, she didn't. She doesn't drink at all. Like that's her rule. She does not drink at all. She doesn't smoke. She doesn't drink. I smoke cigarettes when I'm out in the field, but right when I get home, I usually smoke like whatever I have left, and then I quit. And then drinking wise, I really rarely drink ever. And I love being in the military, and that's like, I want to be in the military my whole life. Like, I don't want to leave it.
Well, I don't.
It's important to me as my wife is.
Right. You know, I'm just saying is that we're not in the military. We both. I mean, I was in the military, but we're not worried about the military right now. We're just trying to get the basis of what everything that happened.
Ask away. I don't know what else you want, but just ask me point.
Yeah, I am going to ask you some point blank questions. So at no time did she didn't have a boyfriend or anything like that while you were deployed?
No.
And you guys weren't fighting over that?
No.
Okay,
No.
was there anybody yelling inside before the gunshot happened?
No.
Was the TV up loud? Because there was some, your neighbor.
Yeah, the movie. I was on AMC. I was watching G.I. Jane. Whatever the hell that is, but that was on loud, and I had that probably on like 40 on the volume. That was kind of loud. And then immediately my dogs. Once it happened, they started barking because they were really freaked out. And I never hit my dog. I never beat my dogs or anything. And they aren't beaten, and like they hear one loud thing go off, and they're freaked out. Yeah, it was probably the TV though, because
really?
it probably was because she.
But so you've been gone.
But right after it happened, right after the fire, the gunshot, I was freaking out. I didn't know what the fuck to do.
I'm trying to get this done. You're 19 or 20. You're 20. She was 19. So you've been gone since the 27th. So about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And you guys hadn't seen each other for 3 weeks, and you sit down and eat some pizza and have a little shot, and then she gets on her computer and does some work.
Yeah.
After being away from each other for 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I told her, yeah, you go ahead and work, because I told her, like, work an hour or two, because she gets paid for that. So I was like, yeah, go ahead and work for an hour or two. I'm going to watch this movie. I'm going to eat. I'm going to hang out with my hound dog. I got a hound dog that I'm absolutely, like, I'm glued to. And yeah, I was like, yo, go ahead, call, because she wasn't actually work. She had her video up, but she was calling people to make sure. I don't know what she was calling about, but she was calling clients or employees, or I don't know. She was calling people with business, and I said, yeah, go ahead. And yeah, while I was watching the movie, yes, I did have it on loud, and while that was going, it's probably still playing right now. No, I'm gonna.
You have like surround sound?
No, it's a 60-inch flat screen.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a long stereo on the bottom that's connected to the TV. It's like part of the TV. It's just kind of loud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm telling, there was no argument. There was no argument. There was no bickering, anything. I remember the last thing I said to her. I went in the room and I said, "You're really cute. You're really cute." And then I just, inside my head, I was thinking like, oh, I was just like, oh, she doesn't need this anymore. I'm just gonna put it away, because it was on the bed. Because she said, hey, this is out, and I put it. She's like, I put it on the bed. She's like, you can put it away. And I didn't even think twice about it. And then I thought to myself while I was watching the movie, I was like, hey, she doesn't need this anymore, so I'm gonna put it away.
Is that where you normally left it, on the bed?
No, my firearms, when I'm home.
Not when you're home, when you leave.
No.
Where was it at?
When I left, Usually I don't even have a firearm out, but this time I just left one out because she has her own and she's gone shooting, so I thought she knew how to use it. No, so when you walk in the front door, there's the spare bedroom that has the computer in it, and there's the other bedroom that has just our Kelly King bed in there. It's in the closet. She keeps it in the closet on her side, hidden when I was gone. She put it in there. I don't know. I think it was just sitting there on her side of the closet.
Mm-hmm. And then, but you went and got it into the computer room?
No, she brought it in the computer room.
You saw it?
Like 30 minutes before, she brought it in the computer room and was like, hey, can you just put this away? Or whatever. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she said, I don't need it, put it away, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get caught up. I got a little confused.
Yeah, go ahead and ask.
So it's, how many firearms do you have total in the house? I'll just go there real quick.
They're not all mine.
Well, how many, I'm just curious as to how many you have there. Even if they're not yours, how many firearms are in the apartment?
14.
14? Okay, how many rifles?
Six.
6 rifles? So then
Most of them hunting rifles.
6 rifles, okay. And so the rest are handguns, 8 handguns?
No, there's 6 rifles, and then there's 3 shotguns.
3 shotguns, okay.
And then there's 6 handguns.
6 handguns.
Wait, let me try. There's. It's easy. I can't really. There's.
It's okay, we're not in a rush.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 6 handguns.
Okay.
I know for a fact there's 6 handguns.
Okay.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 rifles.
Okay.
I might have messed up on the total number.
Okay.
So
Well,
6
that's
handguns, 6
That's
rifles,
15.
and then there's 3 shotguns.
Okay.
15 total.
So are they all locked in a safe or?
Yeah, they're always locked.
They're always locked
I
in
have a
the
Cabela safe. They're always locked. I keep the ammo separate and ammo cans
Okay.
locked. Or they don't have locks on the separate ammo cans.
And then, so she has
Safe's always- it's a digital.
she has the 1 AR, right?
Yeah, she has 1 DPMS AR-15. It's a 5.56 caliber. It's a semi-automatic.
Okay. And that's the one that you leave out for personal safety while you're gone, home protection while you're gone?
I usually don't, but this time I did.
This time you did, okay. And so when she has it for her protection, she stores it in the closet?
Yeah, how I left it for and how I told her is, okay, so on the weapon, there's the magazine,
Okay,
the magazine well. On the side I have what's called a bird cage,
okay.
which is a secondary magazine well that holds the magazine, but it's not inside the weapon.
Okay.
So I have a 30-round
What you're talking
magazine that holds in the bird cage.
Mhm.
And I told her just keep that in there. You don't need to have it in the
So you
weapon.
just have it in the bird cage?
Yeah, and I
And
told her
then where did she keep it in the house?
it was in the. There was other magazines for that weapon that are loaded, but I don't remember where the hell they were. I don't know where they were, and she kept it in the in our closet, in our bedroom,
in the
not
bedroom
in
closet.
the office.
Okay,
And she kept it on her side where her clothes are on the right side.
okay. So,
But I've seen it after we went not hunting, after we went shooting one time, it was unloaded and she just put it in her closet right there. But this time it was almost positive because right when I walked in, I think I remember seeing when I laid down my bed, it was right when you walk in the bedroom where the king bed is, right in here in front of you. You turn right, there's a closet, and it was right on the right side in the corner on her side of the closet.
Okay.
But yeah.
So she takes it, so this is the part where I'm getting confused. She takes it from there into the other office? And then asks you to come put it away?
30 minutes before this all happened, she took it from the closet into the office.
Okay.
And she said, I don't need this anymore, just put it away.
Okay.
Just
So
kinda
does she not have a combination to the safe then? She wanted you to put it in the safe or?
I've told her before, but I don't think she knows it off the top of her head.
Okay. Okay. So that's where I'm trying. That's was just trying to figure that out.
I've told her before, and I've
I was just kind of wondering why she'd bring it in the office and just not say, "Hey, the rifle's out. Do you mind going and throwing it in the safe?"
Yeah, that's what she took it from the bedroom, put it in on. There's a blue blanket on the spare bedroom where the computer is, on the spare bedroom bed. She put it on that. She said, "Hey, can you put this away?
Okay.
I don't need it anymore."
Okay.
So, and I didn't think much of it. I just said yeah, and then not till 30 minutes later, I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, she doesn't need it anymore. I'm gonna go put it away."
Okay.
And then I went in there, and yeah.
Okay.
Let's go, and this is a hard part for you, Skylar, I know, but tell me about the part where you went in there, and this happened. So you had a hold, you picked it up, and she was on the computer.
Okay, so the magazine was in the bird cage. Okay, I took the magazine out of the bird cage. Okay, she was sitting on the computer. As she was sitting on the computer, I said, "Oh, you look really cute." Sitting on the computer, and I took the weapon and I had not unlocked the safe yet. Actually, I can't even remember if it's unlocked or locked. But okay, so I walked in, I grabbed the rifle, the magazine was still in the bird cage, took the magazine out of the bird cage, and I was going to clear the weapon because I was going to put it back in my safe. So I don't know why I clear weapons every day, all the time. But this time I put the weapon on fire before I charged the charging handle to make sure the chamber was clear. And when I put it on fire, I don't know if I fucking hit. If I hit it against my leg or if I hit it with my finger in the. I don't know what the. It hit me with such surprise. I didn't know what the fuck just happened. Sorry for my cursing, but.
You have 15 weapons in your house. You're pretty familiar with weapons, right?
Yeah, I've been shooting weapons since I shot my first weapon when I was 4 years old. I've been firing weapons my entire life. I've been hunting my entire life.
Yeah. So you understand how they work.
Yes, I do.
So
and that's why I don't understand is why the fuck I would make such a simple mistake by putting the weapon on fire before I clear
well, kind of my job and my partner's job is to make sure it was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where we're at. We want to make sure that if it truly was a mistake, then it was a mistake. But some things, I know you're upset. Yeah, I've been doing this job longer than you've been alive, so I mean, I get that, right? But you've changed your story twice since we've been sitting right here, and I just want to make sure.
I'm not lying about anything.
I'm not saying, Skylar, you are. It could be the fact that you're upset. But one thing you got to do is before you start talking, is listen a little bit, okay? Because that'll help you make sure you're answering the right question, okay? And then that'll help us understand, make sure that we're following what you're saying too. So initially you said the gun was and it could be just confused, but initially you said the gun was in the office, and then later on it was in the bedroom when you brought it in there, and then there's other magazines. No, hang on, I just want to make sure we're understanding.
Okay.
So she brought the gun into the office and said, "Put this away." About 30 minutes later, you decided that was the time to put it away. The magazine was in the attached bird cage on the side of the firearm, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you took the magazine out, or you left it in? In the just when you were going to clear it, when it was in the bird cage.
Yeah, the magazine was in the bird cage. Okay. I took the magazine out. I remember for a fact.
Mm-hmm.
I took the magazine out of the bird cage before I tried to clear the weapon.
And the bird cage is attached to the side of the receiver, nowhere near the breech of the gun.
Yeah,
it's next to it. There's no way from. Make sure you're listening to me.
Okay.
No way around from that magazine that's in the bird cage could get into the chamber unless it was all prior. The round was already prior there.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. But here's what I think is because I had multiple magazines loaded. I think what happened was when I was gone, she had put one in the weapon or something, or she was messing with it, because I do not leave a weapon with a round in the chamber. Mm-hmm. I don't do it. Even for my personal safety, even when I'm hunting, I don't leave a round in the chamber. I don't do that. So I think she must. I think she messed with the weapon before I got home, not knowing, or maybe she got bored one day, or I don't know.
Well, that's when you talked about that. You said when you left on the 27th of September,
yeah,
you left it unloaded with the magazine away from the rifle, and then when you came back today, it wasn't in the same condition as when you left, correct?
Yeah, that's why I think, that's why I'm saying is she had a friend over, I think, during sometime, but I asked her when I first got home, like, nobody was like digging a rifle and through our stuff, was there? And she said no. So I think she just got curious.
Did you ask her that? Did you say, hey, why? Who put the
that was when the fire went off.
Yeah.
That was the first time I tried to clear the weapon, because that was the first time I touched it since I left.
Okay.
So I think.
Well,
Just ask me more questions.
Okay, and then, well, the only other question I have, so clearing rifles in your lifetime, how many times have you cleared a rifle? And especially an AR style rifle?
I got first AR type rifle as M16 semi-automatic when I was 11 years old. I've been clearing it since that. I've been in the military since late 2012, so I've been clearing M4 since then.
Been no Army school, weapons school. So how many times do you think you've done that function drill where you've had to clear it?
Like, how many times in total?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a couple thousand.
And in that clearing, have you ever put the selector switch to fire?
Oh, I'm sure. I put. I mean, even today, I turned in 3 different M4s in the arms room when I got back from Yakima.
Okay.
And I remember that I probably, because when the bolt is forward but the weapon is already charged, you can switch the weapon from safe to fire. Okay.
Well, I'm just asking because I was never in the Army. I've just been a cop, and so when they teach us to clear our rifles, it's always on safe, drop the mag, clear the rifle.
This time.
So that's what I was saying. How many times have you? Do they teach that in the Army to flick the selector switch to fire it before you clear it, or is it put it on safe, drop the mag, then clear it?
It's unsafe.
It's unsafe. Okay. So what? Why today did it get slick? What happened today where you selected to put the fire?
I don't know. I really don't.
When you've been deployed before, have you ever had people come over and mess with your stuff? Any of her friends come over and mess?
At my house?
Yeah, at your house while you're gone. Have you ever found that your stuff is out of touched or messed around with by her friends?
Not that I know of. I really trust her. I don't pay attention to those kind of things.
Except for today, you just said that no one was in here messing with our stuff, were they? So you just told me 5 minutes ago.
She did have a friend over, but I don't think she was messing with anything because I asked
her that. Well, why would you ask her that? If no one's ever done it,
just because I don't usually leave a firearm at home, like out in the open for her. So I asked her beforehand, hey, like, you mess with it? I asked her, did you mess with it? And I asked her, because she has a friend named Carrie, and I asked her, she messed with it? Because I didn't know if they thought, let's go shooting or what, or, let me show you what my husband got me for my birthday back in January, or what.
It just seems odd to me that you're gone for 3 weeks. First thing you do is eat pizza, have a drink, and watch a movie while she's doing some work. You don't have any time with just the two of you.
No, we did.
And then you tell me that there's she didn't know if a friend came over.
We had sex. We had sex during the day, and we were hanging out on the couch, and we probably cuddled for a solid 45 minutes, just cuddling on the couch. And we laid back in my bed, and we were just talking, catching up, and we cuddled on my bed.
Okay, Skylar, I know I'm not trying to get into your intimate details, but it's very important that you need to tell us everything, because what it makes you look like is you're lying, son. And I don't want you to. I don't want you to look like. I don't want that to happen to you. I want you to be able to tell us everything. You know what I'm saying? Because that was a big hole that I'm trying to figure out, because I know it, even an old man like me, when I get home, that's not what I'm thinking about, eating pizza, but after I've been gone for a while, sorry. So I just want to make sure that we got everything figured out, and we're not missing anything. But it is kind of strange to me that if no one's ever gone in there and messed with your stuff before, that would be a question that you would ask.
I don't know. I'm just anal, I guess, because here's why I asked her, and I think I just said this, was I don't usually have a firearm at home for her, but for this time being, she had one that I think she knew how to use, that she'd gone out shooting before, so I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll leave this one for her. I don't know, because recently in our apartment complex, I just feel like it's really ghetto. And I'm not a racist person, I'm just saying that it's kind of ghetto, and I don't I don't want anything to happen to my wife, and I worry. I'm not worried about her doing things with me. I'm worried about other people doing things to her. You know what I'm saying? I was just worried about her. I think that was my main thing, and I think that's why I miss her a lot. I was just so worried about her. Like, I was just worried. Go ahead and ask her. I'm losing my train of thought by this time.
No, it's okay, man. We're just kind of
chilling,
making
trying
sure
to
we figure it all
things
out.
Well, if you don't mind, would you kind of just take me through and don't leave any details out? What your homecoming was like? So where did she, from, like, you're telling us a story, and from when she picks you up, kind of tell us what happened.
My intimate parts and all that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go into details, but just like you're telling a story, a chapter at a time.
Okay.
So it makes sense to us.
So 4:30 this morning, woke up, got ready. I was in Yakima. I went and geared up my truck, got all my stuff strapped down. I texted my wife. I was like, "Hey, I'm leaving Yakima. I can't wait to see you soon," or whatever. I'm pretty sure I texted her. Or I think I called her from my buddy's phone because I don't have service in Yakima because I have Sprint. Anyways, so we left Yakima. Usually when we go to the field, I don't really text her or call her too much because it's just, I need to work and she understands, and it's just easier if I just don't. But she knows it's all okay, so. And we're really trustworthy, so it's not that big. I need to change my shirt. I'm tired of looking at this fucking blood on my shirt.
Yeah, I have to take a picture of you before we do that, though. Just because.
Okay, so I was leaving. It was me, my squad leader, and my driver. We were running skeleton crew back from Yakima to here. It was about a 5-hour drive. And when we got back, and I remember during that time we were talking about my wife, because I have a guy that's also in my squad that he's just always arguing and just with his wife, and he's always complaining. He's always talking about like cheating on her and stuff. And like, I remember I tell him, like, how can you do that, man? Like, how can you even think about those kind of things? Like, I remember the night he got hit in the mouth by a Tootsie, which is a cover that holds a mortar round. And I remember that night, or like the next morning, we got in a fight because, well, not like a fist fight, but like argument, because I was like, I was ticked off, like how he can treat people like that, and how he can treat his wife, and like, anyways, so he went home, whatever, and so finally we were driving back. I hadn't talked to her since that morning, and the night before. I texted her the night before on my cell phone. Tell her I missed her and I was coming back, can't wait to see her. And,
Yeah, I'm hard of hearing, buddy. You gotta speak up just a little bit.
Anyways, so once we rolled into JBLM, we went through Logistics Gate, exit 123. I texted her and I was like, "Hey, I'm on JBLM," and she told me she was on her way to come get me. And I was like, "Oh, well, you might want to wait a minute because it's going to be a few hours because I have to turn on my SI and I have to clear my truck and I have to clean everything real quick. It's going to take probably about 2.5, 3 hours." But she already knew that because she'd done that. So she drives in anyway. She's really excited to see me. She parks at my CP, which is pretty much my building that I work in. Anyways, so I remember I got all my stuff out and I was like the first guy. I ran all of my stuff over my truck and I jumped my truck and I gave my wife a kiss and she just had the biggest smile on her face, and I was just trying not to smile too big because I still had to go back to work. And gosh, I miss her so much. She was wearing probably more makeup than she usually wears, but it's fun. Anyway, so I went and did my work. Whatever, I turned some SI, I turned my weapons, and that's why I say I cleared M4s that day. I cleared M4s today. I cleared exactly 4 of them. I cleared my 2, and then I had a buddy turn them in. He didn't clear them right, so I cleared them and I gave them to the armorer. And just turned in my M4s, turned my 240s, turned in my mortar tubes. Finally, I get out. We have a little conversation with the company commander. We have the first sergeant there, and we have everybody from our platoon that said don't drink, don't drive. Don't drink and drive. Don't beat your wife. Don't beat your kids. Don't beat dogs. If you have a problem, call one of us for help, whatever. And I was just thinking to myself, well, I'm just gonna, and you know, there was some talk about the platoon. They're all gonna go to Hooters and they're all gonna drink beer or whatever, get and bottomless fries or whatever. And I was just thinking to myself, and I actually texted my buddy John because he was seeing what I was doing. And I was just saying, well, I'm just gonna stay at home tonight, hang out with my wife. I think exactly the words I said. I was just gonna hang out with my wife, eat some pizza, watch some TV, just relax. So, anyways, texting this is like while I'm this, yeah. So, anyways, so I get off work. We're driving home. We're just talking, whatever, just talking about how I was doing. She was excited because she told me she shampooed the carpets and she really wanted me to see him because I got a hound dog, and when he was like younger, he used to like pee on the carpets, and like I was be like, oh my god, and like stain the carpets and stuff, and we were always talking like, oh, we should go get a carpet shampoo or whatever, and like, so when I was gone, she borrowed one from a girlfriend named Carrie. Anyways, so I got home. We got home together, and she helped me carry my stuff up. We put it on the porch because it was kind of stinky. I hadn't washed any of the stuff in a few weeks. And I went on the porch, she let the dogs out. They all came. I have a little, it's about a 1.5-year-old little mutt, little tiny dog. It's a little lap dog, but a little cutie. And then I got about an 8-month-old black snout hound dog. And that's like my buddy. He's like my cuddle monkey. And so I said hi to the dogs. They were so excited they peed on my boots. And yeah, did that. Hung out with the dogs for a little bit. I came back inside. We sat on the couch. We just kind of talked about how her work was going or whatever. And what I was interested, like, because I hadn't seen what she actually does for work yet. Because she got the job kind of in the transition of me getting ready to go out to Yakima. So she actually has only had this job for about 4.5, 5, like probably 5 weeks. So I was kind of just interested, and she was telling me about that. And anyways, so I was like, oh yeah, well, why don't you show me? And went into the bedroom or the computer room, and she was showing me a couple of videos she put together. And she used to cheerlead, and she still likes to cheerlead. So she was showing me some videos of some stuff she'd recently done a few weeks ago before I left, of a guy we know back home that travels around. He helps like flyers do cheerleading. Anyway, so I was watching a video, and I was like impressed like with what she was doing. I don't know what it was. I was just, today when I got home, I just felt, I don't really like apartments, you know, but like today, for some reason, just being around my wife and my dogs, and the house is clean, she was working, she was busy, you know, I just felt really good. Like today was a good day. I just felt really good. I was this is the happiest I've been in a while, and great day. So we were sitting there, we're talking, and one thing led to another. We're cuddling, and we end up having sex, and after that, we go. I go take a shower because I still hadn't showered until like last night. I've only taken like 2 showers. I've literally only taken like 2 showers in the last like 20-some days. So, anyways, we had sex, and then I took a shower, and she rinsed off real quick, I think, but she didn't get her hair wet. And yeah, we went out after that. We went out to the living room because right before we had sex, I ordered a pizza through the Domino's app. Right when I got home, and so waiting on that. And pretty much right after I got out of the shower, I put on some clothes, and immediately the person was there with the pizza or whatever. Got some food. We brought it in, put it in the kitchen. I remember, and right when I brought the food in, for some reason, like my hound dog was just really excited. For some reason, I brought it in the kitchen. He's potty trained now, but for some reason, I don't know if he was so excited to see me. But I brought the food in the kitchen. He peed on the carpet because he was so excited. He was like howling and like groaning and stuff. I remember, you know, I don't hit my dog, so I was like, oh, well, you gotta go outside now. So I put him on the porch for about 15, 20 minutes, and during that time, me and my wife went and sat on the couch, and I was watching the movie G.I. Jane on AMC. I think it was AMC. And anyways, we watched that for a little bit, and I was just kind of zoning out, and she had gotten me that cinnamon alcohol, whatever it is, and she'd made me a little drink of that, and it was like some whatever I had, like that. It was like a little dash of that, and I had some Red Bull because I was about to pass out, but I really wanted to talk to her, so I was like drinking a bunch of Red Bull. Anyway, so we were cuddling on the couch, just watching the movie after we ate, and I was like, oh, well, why don't you go work on your work or whatever, so, you know, when I get tired, we can go to bed, so, because I still got to work tomorrow. I have to be there at 9 in the morning. I got a late call, so I don't have to go do PT, but I still have to be there. And she's like, okay, so I'll go work for like an hour, call some clients, and I'll be done.
Yeah, speak up again, buddy.
I said, she's like, okay, well, I'll go call some clients or employers. I don't remember what she said, but, and then I'll be done. We can go lay down, go to bed. So she goes and does that, or she goes in there, and then she's there for like maybe a couple minutes, and then she goes like, and she goes, I see her walking in the bedroom. She grabs that, it's a AR-15 rifle, and it has like blue on it, because she likes the color blue, and she brings it into the bedroom. She's like, hey, can you put this away? We don't need it anymore. And I'm like, yeah, but I kind of just say it off in the corner of my eye because I'm watching TV and just kind of zoning out because I'm so tired. And my hound dog Ruger is laying with me. And so about like 20, maybe 30 minutes later, like, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll go do that right now because my dog was all bouncing around. So I get up and go do it. I walk into the office, and the rifle's on the bed, and it's on the blue blanket on the spare bed, and it's got the magazine birdcage. So, you know, I'm thinking maybe she didn't mess with whatever. It's probably still clear. So I take it's like a 30-round magazine, I think. I take it out of the birdcage. I put the weapon on fire, and I took the weapon out. I took the weapon on the buffer tube, and one hand on the stock, and I hit it against my leg, like on my thigh, because that's just how I do it. Like I put the stock on my thigh, and I'm gonna jack the charging handle. I'm gonna check the chamber, and I did it like this, so it was like level. And when I did that, it went off. And
Were you directly behind her? Or
I was directly behind her, and it was just. I was directly behind her. I remember I came up in her room. I was like, "Oh, you're so cute," and I grabbed the rifle and I was about to clear it. And my little dog Cooper, it's like the little rat terrier thing. He's sitting on the bed just watching me. He's just looking at me, and it goes off, and I didn't even know to think. I mean, I've never had a negligent discharge ever on ranges. Never, like, and I pretty much lost it right after. I was spinning. I took the rifle, and the rifle was still in my hands, and I looked at the rifle and I was like, what the fuck? And I looked at it and there was no magazine in it, and I was like, oh, obviously there's a round in the chamber. I mean, that's an obvious fucking thought. Like, so I go into the bedroom. I go into the other bedroom because I see what just fucking happened, and I can't. I take the rifle and I throw it into the closet. Into our bedroom closet. I threw it in there. I don't know why I threw it in there, but I did. I threw it in the bedroom closet. And when I forgot the safe. When I first got home, before we had sex or anything like that, I remember I walked into the bedroom because I was right when I walked in, I took off my boots, I took off my ACU top, and I was walking around the house because it's so clean, and I was just looking around, and I noticed that my safe was unlocked, and I almost vividly remember locking it when I left. I vividly remember before I left, taking the weapon out of the safe. And I didn't put the magazines I had next to the rifle, but they weren't in the rifle, in the closet. And anyways, I remember locking the safe before I left. And when I got home, that was one thing that's why that tripped up, is the safe was unlocked. And I just pulled it right up, and I was like, why is the safe unlocked? And then I asked her, who'd you have over? I said, who'd you have over? And did they see your rifle? Did they mess around with anything? And she said, no, nobody touched anything. And as far as I know, the only person she had over was her friend Carrie, which is a friend of mine's wife that lives on JBLM, on Main Post. And I just thought, I vividly remember locking it, but at that moment I was just I guess I messed up or something, or maybe she unlocked it and didn't remember, or I don't know. So I didn't think too much of it because everything was still in there. There was nothing missing, nothing was loaded. It was all in the same place. So yeah, so I closed it and I locked it. And this is right when I got home. And then all that stuff I just told you that just happened. So, and then later on, after all that shit happened, and I threw the weapon in the bedroom closet, I didn't know what to do. Like,
did you call 911 right away?
No, right when it happened, literally right after it happened, like there was smoke in the air, and my neighbor, I think he's in the military also. He knocked on the door immediately. He must have sat there for maybe a couple of seconds because I was just so like I didn't know what the fuck just happened. So.
Do you remember what you told him?
Yeah, I think so. Right when that happened, he knocked on the door, and I was like sitting there, and I saw my wife's body in my office chair, and I like froze because I couldn't believe that just happened to me. And so, and then my senses came, and I went and answered the door, and he was wearing a white t-shirt, and he was my next door neighbor. I remember him because I've seen him multiple times come back from work at the same time I do. And I remember he said, I think he said I heard a gunshot, and like, are you okay? What's going on? And I told him, no, it's not okay. I said, no, it's not okay. I think my wife. I said my wife's hurt, and he said, is she okay? And I said, no, I think she's gone. I think she's gone. Because when I saw her, her body was, she wasn't moving. And she wasn't moving. And I called her name like at least 20 times, and she did not move. And I went and grabbed her, and I tried to hug her. And I was saying her name, and nothing happened. I remember I grabbed her, and I put her face in mine, and I said, Danielle, 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 Danielle. And I don't know what, I wouldn't cry. I remember I just thought to myself, I'm such a bad person. I'm such a bad person. And I'm not even crying. And I was just saying to myself, I'm evil. I'm evil. Like, what did I do? Did I do something wrong in the past? Or did karma come in? Is God mad at me? Like, so that happened, and he came, and I remember I went, after he asked me those questions, I said I have to talk to somebody. I have to talk to a cop or a sheriff, and I immediately said I want to talk to my chaplain because.
Right. And we'll make sure we get a hold of somebody for you like that. One of the statements that we got initially that you might have said that she shot herself cleaning her rifle. Is
I
what
never
somebody
said that. Somebody
Okay.
said that?
Yeah, talking
No,
that's
it
what you
never
said.
happened.
Okay.
It was in my hands.
Okay.
It was in my hands. It was not her hands.
Okay. And you're telling me it was an accident. You weren't mad at her.
No, I was
Did
not.
you? I guess this is the point where I'm going to ask you some point-blank questions. Were you mad at her and you shot her intentionally?
No, I did not.
Okay, and it was an accident.
Yes, it was an accident. I did not shoot my wife intentionally. I love my wife so much. I'm surprised that when he came in, I actually I don't think I fainted because I knew what was going on still, but my body just gave out. I just couldn't stand. I don't if I was just it was the adrenaline or what it was. But when he came to the door and he was saying my neighbor was standing at the door, I remember looking at him and I remember just thinking about it. Just finally just clicked what the fuck just happened. And my body just gave out. It wasn't fainting, but because I was still awake.
And your knees got weak, and
My knees got weak. My body got weak, and I just hit the ground hard. And immediately, I was just thinking, why her? Why couldn't it be me?
How far away were you from her? You think?
Let's just say probably the width of this room. No, shorter than that. Because if she was sitting at a desk, it's probably 5 feet.
So, yeah, can you describe it to me? So, if this is the room...
You want me to draw it out? Or?
Yeah, if you don't mind. So I can kind of understand.
On fresh sheet very well.
Yeah, so I can kind of get an understanding of where you're at when the rifle went off. And where she was at.
Sorry about that. I'll turn that down.
I'm gonna move this door down a little bit.
It didn't have to be to scale, but just the idea.
Okay. Well, so when you walk in, this is the front door right here. You walk in, there's this little area, and there's a little tiny little 12-foot hallway right here. Anyways, so the rifle was right here. I'm just trying to get straight to when it happened. Anyways, walked in, grabbed the rifle, took the mat, whatever. I was in the room, but I was about right here.
In the chair?
This is the chair right here. And this is where the desktop is, and she was facing the desktop. And I was standing in the doorway. The bed comes out to it's kind of a big bed for that little room. So the corner, right when you walk in the corner of the bed's right next to you. And there's a little tiny slot in between the closet and the bed that the safe barely fits in by a half an inch. So I grabbed that and whatever, and I cleared it, or I failed. I was probably about 5 feet away.
Okay. On the computer, was she doing her work, or was she talking to somebody?
No, she was on the computer.
Did you see the message on the computer?
What?
Did you see the message on the computer?
There was a message on the computer?
I'm asking you, did you see the message on the computer?
No, I mean, when I walked in, I thought she was on Granite Transformations.
Right. Nothing that would indicate that she had a boyfriend or anything like that?
No.
She wasn't having an affair?
Never
Never saw anything like that?
No. Well, are you insinuating that?
No,
I'm just asking
we're just
because
asking.
I'm not at the scene. I didn't go to the scene. I came
Yeah,
straight here to meet you.
nothing from what I saw or anything led to me to think that she was cheating on me in any way.
So there was no jealousy issues?
There's no jealousy
Well,
issues.
that's what sometimes when jealousy happens, it makes you act irrational for a split second, and you do
I
something that you
understand.
normally wouldn't do.
But that wasn't
But
the
you
case.
guys didn't have any
Yeah, that
jealousy?
wasn't the case. And I remember when I walked in, I told her, "Hey, you're cute." I was like, "Oh, you look cute."
Okay, so she wasn't like Facebooking or...
No, I'm almost positive. I remember seeing the Granite thing, so I'm almost positive she was on Granite Transformations, her
Yeah.
company website.
But not like, there's not somebody that she would be talking to there, granted, that she may like or something, or that liked her.
I mean, she's only been working for about 4 or 5 weeks.
How long
I
has she
don't
lived
wanna-
here?
She's lived here as long as I have. She moved in at about the late March of 2013.
How's she doing adjusting to living up here in Washington? I know some...
The
some
first
spots
couple
don't
months
mind.
were a little hard, and I remember right when we got here, I took her to Seattle to kind of get a little taste of what Seattle was like. And my family's actually, my mom's side of the family's actually from here. They're from Renton and
Okay.
Seattle area, and we actually have a beach house up in Commando Island up
Mhm.
north. Anyways, so me and her, we go there, we go hang out with my grandma. She's very good friends with all my family. I mean, she talks to my family. Even though I tell her she doesn't need to or whatever, like, but she does. She's very good friends with my grandma, my aunt. They're all cooks, and
But no issue ever in your whole relationship of her ever having a boyfriend, or you ever having a side girlfriend?
No, I have never, and she knows that I've never done anything with another woman.
has she
I've
ever-
never even talked to another woman.
Has she ever had a boyfriend other than you, like since you guys been together, where she kind of likes somebody a little bit and make you upset and jealous?
No, I mean, she had an ex-boyfriend, like right when we first moved up here. But that was from 2-3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But
You didn't see anything when she
But
was
I-
communicating with him at all?
not that.
Nothing that would make you upset?
No. But I had met him before we'd move up to Washington, and they were friends. But I remember seeing him because he worked at a Safeway back home, and there was no issues. I remember they were friends, and I think I knew him before him because of school,
No.
but there was no issue. Again, one of my best friends that I grew up with since I was, elementary school was her cousin. So, it's because I knew her family before I actually knew her. I've known her family for a long time since I was a little kid. I didn't meet her until I was about 7.
Skylar, let me tell you what's going to happen, just so you know, is what we're doing is because this is the death investigation. We have to do
Is this? She's gone.
She's gone. They're doing a search warrant of the premises, and they're going to include the computer and get all that stuff off the computer. So if there's anything in there that you might have seen that would indicate that she was having an affair or anything that made you upset and jealous, whether you intentionally did this, we're going to find that. And I'll just tell you that it's always better to come up front and say whatever the facts are, instead of us finding it later.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to paint you into a corner. I don't want you to say something that wasn't true, but I do want you to tell me the truth. And I want to make sure that we cover every aspect of this, okay?
Okay, I'm telling you the truth now. If she was talking to anybody, I wouldn't know about it because I'm not a snooper. I don't snoop around. I trust my wife.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I trust my wife. And if she was, I'm telling you right now, I would not know about it. I'd be really disappointed to find that out. But
Hey, Skylar, I'm not saying in fact that she was. I'm just saying that if you had that information and it upset you, and you, just out of the pure passion of just anger and frustration, you did something that you're going to regret, then you need to tell me now, because we're going to find that. We may not find anything there. There may not have been that evidence there. However, if it was there, our computer guys that are a hell lot smarter than I am are going to find that stuff. And so if there's something that you saw this is your opportunity, is what I'm trying to get to you, Skylar,
Okay.
so go ahead and tell me.
I mean-
And we'll go from there. I'm not trying to talk bad about your wife or any of that. I'm just saying, if there was something there, you need to tell me now, because this is your
Okay.
opportunity.
Yeah, on the computer, I barely even used a computer. I remember there was one time way back on her cell phone. I remember I just had a really bad dream that she talked to some guy or something. I remember I woke up and I looked on her cell phone and I opened it up and I looked at her text messages, and her only text messages were to like me and her sister Ashley.
Mhm.
And I went straight back to bed. But
What's your cell phone number?
my cell phone number is
And what's her phone number?
hers is 707.
Okay, hold on, 95. Okay, it's yours.
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't hear you wrong.
yeah, it's
Okay.
they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm telling you the truth. I don't know anything. But I have a question too.
Mhm.
If there was something that popped up, why would I get in trouble for that? I mean,
Well, I'm just saying that what it does is it kind of shows motive for something that looks kind of bad. You're what we would call somebody that's not a novice by any means, but more into the expert of handling guns. You have 15 guns in your home. You are in the military and you use M4s all the time, and you have a DPMS, which isn't a cheap old throwaway pistol or rifle. It's a pretty quality gun, and to put it on your leg and it, put the weapon accidentally on fire, not clearing it with your expertise, and then a round is discharged, hitting your wife in the head. That doesn't look good. So if there was something that was there, that would kind of understand what's happening. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm asking you.
is there a lie detector you can hook me up to?
Absolutely, we can do something like that. It's called a CVSA. But what I'm trying to get at is, and you may not be some, but the thing is, I don't mean disrespect to you by calling you some, but I'm old, so it's easy for me to do that. But what I'm saying is that giving up information now is your best opportunity. It absolutely helps you. If we find stuff, and the physical evidence in the house isn't quite matching your story exactly, as we keep seeing, I get a text and stuff, it's not actually happening by physical evidence the way that you're indicating it. So I want to make sure 100%.
How it is, how I'm saying it?
Yeah, it 100%, and that's sometimes that's explainable. However, I want to give you every absolute opportunity to tell us the truth. My partner and I we only want the truth. We don't. He and I never accuse anybody. We're not talking bad about your wife. We're not talking bad about you. We just want to find out the truth. And sometimes what happens, Skylar, is that people do the way they want. It doesn't matter if they do it intentionally or subconsciously. They always want to shine the light brightest on them, so it makes it look like, hey, it really wasn't my fault. Everybody does it. He does it, I do it, we all do it in life, right? We do that. We always shine the light brightest on ourselves, even when we admit some fault. But the fact is if there was something going on, you found out something, and you were angry, and this happened, now is the time to say it. That's what I'm trying to get at. I want to make sure that you understand. You need to talk to my partner and I right now. This is your opportunity where we can help figure this out, get it all square, and then. Unfortunately, your wife has passed, and we want to make sure that we're here for her memory, right? That's what our job is we want to make sure that everything is done right for her.
Yeah. Can I go to the bathroom first, and then you can ask?
Do you need to go to the restroom?
I've had to go since I was in the car.
Yeah, but one second. Can you have your city phone? I don't. Mine's in there. Can we take a photo? Can you stand up? I'm going to photograph you. And I'm going to collect your clothes and hand you this.
Do you want to
just put them on the wall?
Sales
No,
they're not.
You can ask me more questions.
Yeah, I will. I just need to take these pictures real quick for you. So just stand right here. Look at me. My buddy's going to be the photographer. He's the
I'm gonna do like a 360 around you, okay? Well, actually, I can't go right next to the room, so small. I'm gonna just stand next to you, just step right here a little bit. Okay. All right, let me back up a little bit. Okay, would you turn that way? Okay, face the wall behind us. Okay, turn the other way. just see how those are coming out.
Face me too for a second. I want you to hold both hands out like
I
this.
think that's my would have been it was from.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I don't want to say what it's from.
Put your hands a little bit closer together. Bring it to right there. Okay, then roll them. And just put them a little bit closer together. There you go. Okay, I'm going to get a close up on your face if you just turn sideways for me. There.
Is there blood on my face?
A little bit. Just turn back towards me. Turn back towards me. There we go. Okay, face that wall. Again, then face the wall behind us. Okay. And then just let me check real quick, make sure I got everything.
Are you an armor as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
Why?
I just was wondering because you're pretty knowledgeable about guns. I'm one of the firearms instructors here, so I got when you're talking about guns, I could tell that
Can I
you.
show you something on
Yeah, just hang 1 second. Yeah. Actually, I need you to do it on another sheet of page.
Well, in the
Oh, you want to show me on this?
yeah, I was going to point out
Okay.
when you walk in this bedroom that it happened in,
Mm-hmm.
if you look inside this closet, there's just some other stuff I have. I have because one of my hobbies, and on top of it, there's like a little armoire with a TV.
Mm-hmm.
I have AR-15 parts because that's like one of my hobbies. I'll build AR-15s from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably enough to build a couple in there, and I have TA-50 there from work in there, and then I have.
What's a TA-50?
It's just your pouches, your duffel bags, whatever they assign you for the military.
Are you supposed to have it? And you're a little nervous about that because you weren't supposed to have it.
I don't. No, I'm supposed to have that. I'm supposed to have it inside my house, but most of that is actually on my porch right now because I brought.
Yeah, we have officers standing by there. Don't worry about
with my
that.
ruck and all that.
Yeah. We'll square that away.
But that's what I'll have that taken.
Real quick, Laura, since we're all sitting up. So you said you put it against your.
Okay, so
Can you demonstrate just how you did it? Were you just
Right
squat
hand.
down, or were you?
no, I was just like
Okay.
this. Like if you were,
So Daniel was over here.
she's facing the computer.
Uh-huh.
I went like this, and I had the stock like this, and I went like that. Like this hand was on the buffer tube, and this hand was on the foregrip. It has an angled foregrip on it. And I was holding it, and I went like this, and I hit it on my thigh. And when I did that, I don't know what happened. I don't know if I don't know how the hell it happened, but and beforehand the weapon I had it on fire. When I hit it against that, it went off.
Can you raise your pant leg up? You hit it hard enough to just
No, I didn't.
No mark.
I didn't.
You don't have
hit
to pull
that.
down. I mean, just raise it up, whatever.
That's blood right there.
Did you have your shorts on, or you just had your?
No, I had my shorts
Hang on,
on.
real quick. Let me grab
Okay,
this
drop
one.
it down for a second. No, go ahead and leave your shorts.
I don't know what
Shorts.
that's from. What?
Leave however they normally are. You don't know. I mean, keep those
I'm
on
just
with your
checking.
underwear. You don't have to pull your underwear out.
Just hang
Okay.
it right there.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna stay right there for a second, but I do get a paper sack real fast. Be right back.
You need to put your shorts over there.
Will I be able to see my wife?
No, not right now, but so there's a lot of things. Like I said, I know this is probably a rough night for you, but there's a lot of stuff going on right now, and a lot of things that we got to get through.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't have to apologize. This is my job. This is what I do. So,
I really do respect the police. I respect the government. I don't know why this isn't supposed to happen to me.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, Scott, is I want you to put all your books in here, all of them, and I'm gonna hand you this Tyvek suit. Okay, so I don't want the video to see your butt, so move over here. I don't want to stand in front of you. Go ahead. Take me. Put you gotta put your legs in it first.
Legs first, yeah.
Another detective's gonna take you, so you use the restroom right here, and my partner and I are gonna be right back. You need something to drink?
Yeah.
Some water or something, soda or something?
Just water.
Okay.
Skylar, let me take a walk and we'll go down here and let you use the bathroom, okay?
Be right back with you. I'll get some water.
So what I want you to do is go right over there and have a seat in that chair.
Am I just being left in here?
Huh?
Am I just being left in here?
Just, yeah, for a moment, I'll all right, stand fast and both those detectives will be right back in here with you, okay?
Can you have that volume down up there just a little bit, and people volume? All right, Skyler, there's a few things that are, oh, your water.
I'll go get it.
Yeah, would you
My
mind?
best water? I'll be right back.
Yeah, I forgot about water. I was talking to some people.
It's fine.
We'll get it.
It's fine.
You don't need it?
Don't need it?
Okay.
I just want to.
You know, I know.
You just want to power through this?
I don't want to power through. I need somebody to talk to. I can't sit here by myself from mouth to mouth.
Well, we're right here, man. I'm only a
Hey,
second.
look at this. Thank you. Yo.
Yeah, there you go, man.
Hang on.
So what we're going over some stuff, let you have a little break, use the restroom and stuff, and we're kind of talking to some other detectives and things, and trying to make sure we're figuring everything out. There's a few things that we'll have to clarify again and go through. Okay, we want to make sure that we do this for your wife.
Danielle.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had had the opportunity to meet her so I could feel comfortable calling her by her first name, but you guys are just a couple years older than my kids, so I feel for you. I do. We want to make sure we figure out the right thing, right? It's pretty important that we get all the information initially that we can. So we don't want to wrongly accuse anybody of anything or miss something in that aspect either.
Probably get in trouble anyways, no matter how I tell the story.
Well,
That's how people handle it these days.
you know, if you watch TV, I can see why you'd say that. But in real life, it's different. In TV, they figure shit out in 30 minutes. Even if I work through the commercials in 30 minutes, I can't figure it all out. It's going to take some time. We have to go through that. We got to figure out exactly where you were standing, where the bullet struck your wife, why it did, all those things. You know, the computer is still intact, so they'll be able to find that. We'll go through that. We'll go through the phones and stuff like that. Part of that search warrant, we'll look through phones and make sure that, you know. And I'm not accusing you of doing something wrong, but what I want to say is that it's not all adding up to the physical evidence right now. The trajectory.
What kind of story like this would add up?
Well, one
who
is
does this
that's
happen to?
well, it depends. If you're asking who does it happen to, is somebody intentionally killed their wife, or does it by accident? It doesn't happen that often accidentally. Doesn't mean that it's not. It just means that it hasn't happened that often. There's some issues with bullet entrance and bullet exit, and the where it's at and where you're saying isn't quite lining up. You know, I want to make sure that I'm understanding where you're standing, where the trajectory of the round. You understand trajectory of rounds. You're a gun guy.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah.
So some of those things just don't quite add up, Skylar.
Can you explain?
Well, which way was the barrel? Do you remember was the barrel
It was
tilted up?
the weapon was
down?
the weapon was level with the ground.
It was level with the ground.
As far as I can remember, the weapon was level with the
So
ground.
the weapon was level with the ground. So how tall are you?
About 5'7".
About 5'7".
Yeah.
And so
when I took that thing and I hit it right here, and
so was it here or was it your thigh?
I don't remember. This is why I need like time to like just relax, and there's a lot for me to handle.
Sure. Well, we gotta figure this out.
Yeah.
And so
the weapon.
So which way do you think the muzzle?
I thought it was on my thigh.
Mm-hmm.
It was some. I remember how it went off. I hit it on myself.
Mm-hmm. Was your finger on the trigger?
No, I can't remember if it was or not. I don't think it was.
You don't think it was because you don't want it to be, or because in
Probably
fact?
because I don't want it to be, but it might have been.
Yeah.
It might have been, even though I don't want it to be. I fucked up.
Are you a good soldier?
I try to be as good as I want to be an NCO. I want to lead soldiers. I'm a good. You can ask anybody I work with. I'm a good quality guy. We work. I'm not the guy that's gonna sham out at work. I'm gonna bust my ass if I have to. Like I'm not gonna leave one of my buddies behind to go do a detail by himself. I'm good. I try to be a good soldier, at least as I think so. I try to be. I try to be nice to everybody I work with too.
You've been nothing but polite to me, man, and I appreciate that. And I hope that we're showing you the same respect.
Yeah.
Because you're a quality professional soldier.
As far as I can tell myself.
Yeah. And how long have you been in the Army?
I joined November 7th, 2012.
And December.
That was my first day. My first day in the U.S. military was November 7th, 2012.
Yeah. And what rank are you?
I'm an E4 specialist.
E4. And are you testing for your E5 soon?
I was hoping to. I become eligible in in about like middle of January of 2015. I became eligible to get my E5, but I've been studying for the last 3 months already.
Is that something you want to be? You want to be a professional soldier?
I want to be in the military the rest of my life. I got nothing else going for it. That's what I like. I just like it. It's too easy. It's too easy of a job for me. It just comes too easy.
Yeah.
And it's fun.
Was it an easy life for your wife?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at earlier, is at first, when we first moved to Washington, I think because of her, it was her first kind of time being away from family and just with me, it was a little hard. So I took her out to Seattle.
Yeah,
get used to kind of just Washington, drove around a little bit. But after that, I mean, for the last year, we've just been really good, like really good. And
did she want to make the Army a career?
yeah, I would tell her about, hey, I'm gonna re-up. Maybe we can go somewhere different. Maybe we can go. We talked, and I really wanted to go to Italy because I wanted to go airborne.
Mm-hmm.
Where I wanted to go, and I want to go to Ranger School too. And
Do you want to be a Ranger?
I wanted to go to Ranger School.
Is that what you want? You don't want to go. I mean, you may go. That's what you want. You want to be a Ranger?
That's something I want to do. I want to go to Ranger School. And I told her that, and she was very supportive of that fact. I told her, sometimes schools can be from 10 days to 3 months, and she's fine with that, and I'm fine with that too. I trust her. She trusts me. I love her very much. I know she'll be there when I get back.
So, and you're sure that's the life that she wanted?
The way she told me, and she used to, whenever I'd leave, she'd text me, And actually, if you look, when those people look through my phone, that text will still be there. The one that she sent me the other day is about 3 text messages long, just how much she loves me, how much she supports me. She would do anything for me, and it really meant a lot. I was really busy when she sent me that. I think it was like later at night. I remember I was really busy, and I couldn't say much. So I said, "Oh, I love you. Thank you." And but I kept thinking about it, and I was just like, "Oh, this girl is. I love her so much. She's more supportive." And when I first joined the military, my parents weren't very supportive of that. Just parents in general, I guess. I don't know, just not very supportive. And, I'd been with her for a while, and she was very supportive of it. And she wanted to stay with me, and we've been talking about just staying together for a while. And we ended up getting married, and and then she had the struggle moving over there, but then she got used to it, and we just really did.
What's her family going to say about you guys' marriage?
Well, her family is really. Her mom died when she was about 2 years old from a disease. I can't remember what disease it was. I think it might have been cancer, or it was something. It was a weird. I can't remember what it's called. Her mom died when she was very young. Okay. Before she can really.
Who in her family she has constant contact?
And her dad wasn't around her entire life, so she was ended up raised by her stepdad Michael and her grandma, his mom. I mean. Anyways, and her grandma that she grew up with, she died when she was like, I think 14, because I remember seeing it in the newspaper, and it was a family friend, because I was friends with her cousins. And but she has a sister, Michaela, that I don't know if you want to ask her. She has a sister, Michaela, and she's 17 or 18.
Yeah. She has contact with her?
Do I have contact?
No, does she?
Danielle?
Yeah.
Yeah, they stay in contact. Her and Michaela don't get very much along because Michaela...
Well, so would she know, would Michaela know if Danielle was having an affair?
I don't think so. But she hasn't... Danielle has another sister named Ashley. And she just got married about 2.5, 3 months ago. And she went on a honeymoon to Hawaii. And
They talk?
Yeah, they talk all the time. She actually talked to her today when I got home, and she actually was doing the FaceTime or whatever it is. And she came into the room when I was laying on the couch. Danielle did, and she was all excited because I was home, and she was FaceTiming Ashley, her sister, and I was like, "Oh, don't FaceTime me. I'm really tired because I was about to pass out on the couch." And this was right before that.
So on that computer, there's a couple things that I want to ask you again about in that computer. And this FaceTime. Desktop. If there's a laptop, desktop, whatever, tab, whatever to do on the phones. Was there ever a time that you found a message or you believed that she was ever having an affair on you? This is super important because we're out there talking to some other detectives and stuff. The trajectory of that round doesn't match up from the entrance to exit wound, doesn't add up to what you told us. Okay, so I want to make sure, what it says is it doesn't add up to what you told us. So what I want you to do is make sure you're telling me the right thing. If you saw that you're a gun dude, man. You got gun parts there, you can build an AR.
When that round went off, I thought it was on my thigh. I think it might have even been on my breast or my shoulder. I don't know. I remember that round went off. I know. Don't. When you give me that look, it makes me unsure myself.
We got to sit there and we got to make sure. So we've gone through a couple different things. It was on your thigh, it was in your chest, and that might have been on your shoulder, your finger was on the trigger. Yeah. And you and I both know guns don't go off unless your fingers wear.
No, I'm totally, yes.
Right. Yes, something's got to pull that trigger to make that gun go off, right?
Not always. I've heard M4s going off if you hit the stock
pretty hard. If you hit the stock pretty hard.
I've heard of them going off.
But it has to be something harder than a thigh. It has to be hard ground, concrete, right? It wouldn't just go off from being slammed into your shoulder, right?
I don't know. I mean... I told you about the alcohol I drank.
Just listen to me for a second, okay? I want you to focus on this because when I start talking about something, you want to change the subject, okay? So I want you to think about this, okay? And think really hard. Was the gun on your shoulder and was your finger in the trigger well? Did you pull it up here and you were going like this? You
I
remember?
was not aiming down the sights. I know for.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're aiming it. You know how you hold the gun like this? It's
Yeah.
already, right?
Yeah.
Racked around now, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, could that have been how you were doing it? Can you remember? Or were you doing it down here? Or down here?
I think it was on my shoulder.
It was on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know the magazine was not in the weapon.
The magazine wasn't in the weapon.
Well, there was a fucking bullet in the chamber. That's obvious. And so this
you
is
have
the
to
thing.
attack me with this.
No, I'm not
My wife
attacking you, man.
is
I understand that, son, and I'm trying to figure out why. And so far, your story's changing a little bit, and I'm concerned about that. Because if you were pissed off, if you're just really mad, and you pointed a gun and you pulled a trigger out of just a fit of passion or rage, that's one thing. But to sit there as a professional soldier and lie to me, that's another thing. That makes you two categories. One guy that had a fucking split second of a stupid mistake or of anger versus a guy that's a calculated murderer. And I want to figure out which one of those you are.
I'm not a murderer.
Okay, so this is the facts of life, son, is that, Skylar, your wife is gone, and I know that's not, and that's a bad thing. And now, what I want to try to figure out is if you intentionally shot her in the back of the head, or if it was an accident, or if you were just really pissed off and you were saying, damn it, and you had the gun right there, and you're 5 feet away, and you pull the trigger, and then you go, oh fuck, now what did I do?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to figure out what
The
happened.
weapon, I'm almost okay. I think it was on my middle of my chest or my shoulder. It was up high. Okay, my hand. It might have. I don't remember if it was. That's the thing. I do not. I think it. Okay, I think it was in the. It was most likely it was on the fucking. It was on the fucking trigger because that fucker went off. Okay, but I'm telling you, there is no anger towards my wife at all. There is no anger. I was.
Were
not,
you playing with the gun and you just go, you pull the magazine out and you go click because you thought it was going to go click and it went bang? Is that the difference? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, it went off. And
I know it went off, but did you intentionally pull the trigger and it went off because you were fucking with the gun, playing with it, and you stuck it to the back of her head and you pulled the trigger and you didn't know that
Stuck it to the back of her head.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
I was holding the weapon. I took the magazine out, okay? For some reason, okay, I took the fucking magazine out, I put the weapon on fire, and I pulled the trigger, okay? Because I thought the weapon was clear already. Because it just imprinted in my mind, I thought the weapon was clear because I never chambered it and I never thought she touched it. And the magazine wasn't in the mag well. So it made me think, why the fuck would there be a round in the fucking or in the fucking chamber? So, whatever. I took the round, I had the rifle. I pulled the fucking trigger when I was on fire, and it went off, and it struck my wife in the back of the head, and it killed my wife.
It did. You're exactly right, Skylar.
Why?
Why what?
Why did you have it pointed at her head and pull the trigger?
I don't.
What's the number one firearms rule? All firearms always loaded, right?
I know, and
So what was your thought process for having the gun pointed at her head and pulling the trigger?
okay, the weapon. Can I stand up maybe and show you?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, stand up.
Okay, so I had the weapon. It was on the bed. I grabbed it.
I need you to stand a little bit over there.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
The bed was right here. I grabbed the weapon. I picked up the weapon. I went like this. I took the magazine out. I put it on the bed. I put it on fire and I pulled the trigger. And it went off. And it was on my shoulder. It was on my shoulder. It was on my breast. It was up high. It was around here. I don't know why I thought it was on my thigh, but that was just...
You didn't think it was on your thigh. You thought the story sounded better, Skylar. I'm not a fucking stupid guy.
Okay.
And I don't want to be treated like I'm stupid. I got a little southern accent, so people right off the bat say, you're a stupid motherfucker. Let me tell you this, Skylar. Sit your ass down. This is my fucking house. You put a gun to your shoulder, and you pulled a trigger with a gun aimed at the back of your wife's head, and you killed her. She's dead. That's a tragedy. That's a fucking tragedy. My biggest concern right now is this a tragedy by accident or did you intentionally shoot your wife? And that's what we're going to find out. And I'm going to tell you, if I find a fucking letter or anything in there that indicates that she was having an affair, it don't look fucking good. So stop the bullshit. Don't say I initially thought. Don't fucking lie to me, man. I've been doing this job for 25 fucking years. People lie to me every goddamn day. I am a human lie detector test. Stop fucking lying. You with me?
Raj.
then you tell me, be a professional soldier, and tell me right now what the fuck happened. I'm tired of bullshitting with you. I've been treating you with respect. I want to treat you with respect. I want to treat your wife with respect. She deserves that. She earned that. And you are going to provide that. With me?
Roger.
Tell me what happened.
I don't think she was having an affair at all. There's that was on my mind. Okay, the weapon was on the bed. Took the magazine out of the weapon, the bird cage. Okay.
Was it in the bird cage or was it in the mag well?
It was in the bird cage. Okay. Then there was other magazines for the weapon, but it wasn't on the weapon. There was one magazine in the bird cage. Took the magazine out of the bird cage. I put the weapon on fire, and I held it like this. I fired the weapon.
Oriented at your wife's head.
Yeah.
Why would you orient that weapon to your wife's head?
I really don't know. I really don't know. I don't know.
Why would you go outside and I have a written statement saying that you went outside and you told your neighbor that she was cleaning a hunting rifle and
I didn't say she was cleaning anything.
two statements, your neighbor. They said it on the scene and they came down here in a room similar to this and said the same thing. Were you trying to cover up from a fuck up?
No, she was not cleaning. She was on her our iMac on Granite, whatever her fucking work that she works with. Okay, she was not cleaning anything. I was not cleaning anything. I got it from the couch that I was watching the TV from. I went to go get the weapon. I was gonna unload it and put it in my safe. I took the magazine out. Apparently it was around the chamber, and I did not charge that weapon ever since I brought that weapon out of the safe before on the 27th until now. I did not charge that weapon.
So here's what's going on. Is we keep getting different stories and keep getting different versions, okay?
Yeah.
And so it seems like, to me, it seems like a cover-up. You're trying to cover it up. You're trying to make it not look so bad for you, okay? So we finally got it out that the weapon was on your shoulder and that you pulled the trigger, okay? Why was it pointed at her head? Because you're a professional soldier. You know about firearms.
I'm not professional enough.
Well, listen. You know about firearms. They're always loaded, right? Never point out an object you're not willing to destroy, right? Never put your finger on the trigger till you're ready to fire, right? So you basically violated all those things that have been imprinted in your head, right?
Yes,
So why? Are you trying to, because here's the deal, if we figure out that there is an ulterior motive, that goes to premeditation instead of just a fit of rage. An act of jealousy. Now we actually have planning and concealment.
Yeah, there was nothing planned. What do you want me to say right now, or what?
I want you to tell me the truth. I just want to know why you violated all the firearm safety rules when you're a firearms guy.
Because I'm a fucking idiot. I made
one
of those 1 in 10 million mistakes where I was a fucking idiot, and I'm the worst motherfucker in Washington right now.
Were you joking around? Were you having an argument?
There was no joke.
So
no joking.
What was going on in the room that led you to point a loaded weapon, put it on fire, and pull the trigger?
It was just spring. I literally dropped the mag immediately with my shoulder put on fire, and then I think it went off when I was.
Were you trying to scare her? Were you playing around?
I never do something. No, I wasn't trying to scare her. I was not trying to scare her. I think I was just moving a little bit too fast than I should have been moving when I picked up that weapon.
So then why all the other stories before we got to this one?
I think it might just, I don't know, I'm just fucked up because what just happened. I'm fucking losing.
I mean, I get that, but hey man, I fucked up. I put the gun on my shoulder. I selected it to fire. I pulled the trigger. I don't know what I was thinking right off the bat, right from the get-go, and not this big elaborate thing. Because that's what is concerning me is all these other elaborate stories, and it took us a couple hours to finally get the truth out of you.
When we're not all the way there yet.
Yeah, we're missing that point. Why was it pointed at her head?
I don't know. I don't know why it was pointed at her head. I really don't. It was just I think I was moving too fast for my own good, faster than I thought I could actually move when I was trying to clear that weapon myself. And
so you take the gun, the magazine out of the gun. You say bird cage. You know, I'm not sure. It may have been in the mag book. So you charge, the weapon's charged, you say you don't, but you leave it for self-defense, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you leave a weapon for self-defense, but you don't know if she can charge it, because maybe she can, maybe she can't. Well, what fucking good, you might as well left her a baseball bat if you didn't charge the gun for self-defense, because if she doesn't know how to do it, the only thing she can do is hit somebody with it, right? So did you charge the weapon before?
No.
And so you're telling me she charged the weapon, she took the magazine out, she put the magazine in the birdcage, or there was a separate magazine somewhere throughout the house, which we will find, and you're going to tell me that one's missing around.
We had there's multiple magazines around the house because I'll go shooting. I'll just leave them. I'll put them in a basket or I'll throw them under my bed in the spare bedroom because I got random stuff.
I'll put them on top of it. But I did not charge the weapon. That's why I'm so curious as what the fuck was going on.
Every gun's fucking loaded, man. They tell every dude. You know how many grunts are in the fucking army that they have got the lowest IQ, and that's why they're grunts, right? And they got to be able to teach those guys that every gun's fucking loaded until you verify it's unloaded. You're a gun guy. You got gun parts. You can build an AR. Your own admission. I'm just assuming that you would at least know how to clear a fucking gun. And it should be by this point in your military career, and the fact that you've been shooting AR since you were 11, shot your first gun when you were 4, pretty good memory for an old fucker. But all those things, you would think that would be ingrained in your fucking head to clear that weapon. And why in the fuck did you point it at the back of your beautiful wife's head?
And on that point, we have other people watching, and they said, sometimes because we missed up, you said that you intentionally pointed it at her head, and I missed that. In this room, and it's on video, saying that you intentionally pointed the rifle at her head.
I didn't intentionally point at her head. It was in the direction, and I wasn't paying attention to what direction. I knew I was behind her. I knew that she was sitting at the desk, okay? And I knew that the rifle was pointing that direction. I was not thinking straight, and I just did it out of reaction, just quick. And I grabbed the rifle, cleared it, and grabbed it. Bam, went off. And I did not intentionally aim at her head.
Let's stop right there.
Okay.
Bam, it went off. You shouldered the fucking gun, put it to the back of your wife's head, and pulled the fucking trigger, and she died.
On purpose.
Did you not? I don't know why you would. That's why I'm asking you. That's why we're sitting in this interview room. That's why we're talking. I'm trying to figure that out because your wife deserves that respect. And if you tell me that you love her that much, then you got to give her that respect. You might have been in a fit of rage where you pulled that trigger and you killed her because you were pissed off. But she deserves to know, we deserve to know that answer for her memory. She deserves that.
Okay.
So tell me what the fuck you're pointing a gun at the back of your wife's head for. Tell me why. Don't give me no bullshit. Just man to man, nut up and tell me why.
I was not paying attention where I was pointing the weapon, and the weapon was pointing at the back of her head.
You said a few minutes ago that you intentionally pointed at the back of her head.
I did not intentionally point it at her. I intentionally had, in the spur of the moment, I intentionally had it in her vicinity. Which
No, it was absolutely pointed at her. The proof is on the living or on the office floor.
That's the big hang for Howard. Why? You're a gun guy. Why would you do this? Why would you clear a weapon like that?
I thought
it makes no sense. We're gun guys. We work around guns every day. And I have never yet cleared my rifle when it's pointed at the back of my head. I've never yet cleared any gun when it's pointed at my wife. So why? We get rage, we get passion, we get jealousy. That type of stuff we understand. That type of stuff we see every day. That type of stuff makes sense. But when you have an expert in something,
I wouldn't call myself an expert.
okay, professional, with a weapon, and you make this one mistake and somebody ends up dead, it's just not making any sense. Do you see where I'm getting at?
Yes, sir.
And so we're going to go and we're going to look in the computer, and we're going to look and see if she was contacting somebody. and we're gonna look and see if maybe you saw something that made you mad, and then we're gonna contact family members who she confides in and say what kind of a person you were. Or you can man up and tell us what happened.
Okay. As far as I know, she has never talked to another man besides me. And I'm positive of that. I've even asked her before, hey, is everything okay? I know I was gone for about a month. You know, how today I asked her, like, how are your coworkers? They don't hit on you or anything. She's like, oh, no way. And, you know, so I'm not gonna second guess her. And in the past, I've never even thought about it. I've never had an idea that maybe she was. I never thought she was, and I never think she is, and I still don't think she is.
Okay.
I don't doubt.
But yet you still asked.
No, I didn't. I asked. The way I asked probably sound like that because she has new coworkers that she's working with, and I asked her if any of them were maybe, I don't know how to put this, like pushy towards her, or maybe were trying to hit on her or anything. I was just asking her.
Well, how did you ask her? Explain it to me. How did you ask her? What was the words you used?
I asked her if her coworkers are polite and do they hit on you or anything. That's like exactly how I said it. Are your coworkers polite and how did they hit on you or anything? And that was it. And I was just asking how.
And what she said?
She said, "Oh no, they're all married," and she said I wouldn't, and they don't, and they're all She's like, well, they're all married and I'm all married, and yeah. That was I asked her that earlier, but nothing. And I didn't even think that was just came up because I was wondering how her coworkers are. Because I'm just curious. She's curious if my people I work with are mean to me, or I just want to see how she's being treated. So I asked her, how are they? Do they hit on you, or are they nice to you?
What would you have done? She said, yeah, one guy's hitting on me. He's calling me 3 or 4 times a day.
Well, I don't know. I've never run into that problem. So
Well, what would you say? What if she had said that today? Would it make you mad?
I would have been upset, but I'm not
Upset enough to put a gun in her head and shoot her?
No. If that happened, I would not blame my wife for something like that.
Well, what if she was calling him back?
I'd probably leave. I'd probably go to post, and I'd probably go stay in a room on post because there's free rooms on post that are in my battalion. And I'm familiar how the places you can go. But somebody that you love, that you miss so terribly, and you're telling me that if she was calling some dude, you just say, okay, I gotta leave. No, I wouldn't just up and leave like forever. I would, if that was okay. Let's say this was a serious situation and she was talking to somebody. I would, like to know maybe some details about it, if it, whatever.
Well, what if she gave you some gory details to it? Maybe it was more than just talking to somebody. Would that make you so mad that you put a gun in the back of her head and shoot her?
Like
I'm asking you.
She didn't do this.
No, that's what
I'm
we're
asking
trying
you.
to figure out, because it doesn't make any sense.
What you're telling me as a professional soldier does not make sense that a gun accidentally went off 5 feet from the back of your wife's head at an angle exactly with the floor that took us 2 hours for you to tell us that you shouldered a weapon and you pulled the fucking trigger.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to figure out your frame of mind, why you would do something like that. Somebody that's got this experience that you have, that, on your own admission, why you would put a gun in the back of your wife's head and pull the fucking trigger. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, man. Skylar, I don't think you're a dumb guy, but I think you're sitting there thinking that fat fucker's a dumbass and I'm getting over on him.
I have no problem with you guys. I don't understand why you think I do. I really have no problem
Because
with you
your
guys.
story doesn't make sense. There's a huge fucking gap in your story. You're detailed all the way through up until the point where we had to talk to you for 2.5 hours to get you to realize that we're smarter than you think, and you shouldered a weapon because the fucking trajectory of that fucking round didn't match up. So immediately you changed the fucking story. That's about the 8th time you've done that. When your story, about 8 times, when your story doesn't make sense and you hear it for the 2nd time and we bring something up, you change the story. I'm trying to figure out why you put a gun to the back of your wife's head and pulled the trigger. Because I took an oath to do my job, like you took an oath to do your job. And I'm going to do the damn best job I can for your wife, because that's part of my oath. I'm a homicide detective.
Yeah.
I have to speak for the ones who can't speak anymore because somebody put a fucking gun in the back of their head and pulled the trigger. And I gotta find out why.
Yeah.
And you're sitting in this seat, not this seat. So this seat, you need to tell me why it happened so I can explain that, because your wife, Danielle, she deserves that.
When I said earlier, I don't know if you wrote down, I said I was not looking down the sights. I was not looking down the bore of the weapon. I was looking at the weapon when that happened.
Stop. You keep changing the story when you realize...
I'm just adding more details as I remember.
Stop. When you realize it's not working, you change your story. And so then we finally got out that it was shouldered, you had your finger in the trigger, because we know guns don't go off without your finger in the trigger. We've gotten all that. We just haven't gotten to the why. And I can tell, just by sitting here looking at you, there's something on your chest and you wanted to get out. I can see it in your eyes. It's like every time, listen to me just for a second, okay? Because every time you finally tell the truth, it's like a little bit of that pressure goes away. You feel a little bit better. And so we're just to the one part where I can see it's on you, man. It's weighing on your shoulders. And you just need to tell us. And get it over and get it done with. Okay?
So
You know
we
you
can
had it
move on
there.
and we can take
You had it
care
on
of
your
it.
shoulder.
Yeah.
And it's respect for her.
It is. Okay. You guys can call me out again. The weapon, earlier I said I was not looking at the sights. I was not looking down the bore of the weapon. I was holding the weapon. And it was up here. It was up level with the ground. It was up high. Okay. I wasn't looking at the weapon. My finger was on the trigger. I put it to fire and I pulled it because I thought it was empty. Okay, because there wasn't anything in there and I hadn't chambered it. I knew I hadn't chambered it. Okay, so I thought it would just go click. Okay.
So, and again, we keep going there.
Okay.
And so it's like we keep running into something. We know that. How many times when you're downrange, when you're training, when you're on the range, have you ever put the weapon on fire to clear it, to make sure it's clear, and then pull the trigger?
If I'm at a range.
If your range instructor is standing right there next to you and they tell you to clear that weapon, are you going to click it on fire, drop the mag, and pull the trigger?
I'm going to drop the mag, make sure it's unsafe, charge the handle, and block bolt to the rear. And then I'm going to turn it out inside so you can see down my chamber.
So the instructor can come by and see that, right?
Yeah.
So, and how many thousands of times have you done that?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. Okay, so that's what we get. Now we have you shouldering it, putting it on fire, and pulling the trigger when it's in close proximity to your wife's head.
Oriented in her direction, and you know, as a firearms guy, and we're firearms guys, that you orient a weapon down there, it's going to go where it's oriented. It's not like you don't have to look down the fucking sights to line it up. You can orient a weapon from a hip oriented weapon and still hit the target. You can throw it up and look at the target without ever seeing the top of the sights and hit the target. Right? You know that, I know that. It's no secret.
So why did you do that?
Why I did that, when I came into the room and I grabbed the weapon, I thought I was just going to immediately I was going to do it real quick and then just put it in the safe and go back out of the living room while she was working. It was just one of those things, I don't know, today I've just been moving fast because I've been up since 4:30 and I was just clearing weapons all day. I cleared weapons earlier today. I cleared 4.
Any of those weapons you cleared earlier today, those 4 weapons, the 2 that were yours and 2 that were your buddies that he didn't clear them correctly, did you pull the trigger on any of those once you fucking, did you put it on fire?
Well, I cleared
take
them
the
and
mags
I
out?
did a functions check after I cleared them.
Right.
That was the only time I pulled the trigger.
Well,
And
prior
when
to
you
your
do that-
functions check, prior to your functions check, did you orient your weapon towards any person and pull the fucking trigger after removing the magazine?
No.
And when you did your function check, which way did you have your muzzle pointed?
Just kind of at the wall or down at the
In a safe
that.
direction, right?
Yeah. Just
Why
kinda
do we do that?
in case it does go off.
In case it does go boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's another thing. After the neighbor heard the gunshot go off, they heard the toilet flush twice from your apartment. What were you flushing?
The alcohol I had. She got me that Fireball, and I just was really I don't know why I was really worried it happened, and
Why were you flushing the alcohol?
What?
Why were you flushing the alcohol?
Because I'm not 21. And I was just really scared.
Your wife was dead with a bullet in the back of her head, and you're worried about getting a misdemeanor ticket?
Yeah, no. I was just really, I don't know why.
So that kind of brings up another point. When you first started talking about it, the gun going off, talked about all this other stuff, how long did it actually take for you to run over there?
What do you mean?
Did you try first aid?
When
Did
I
you try
hit it,
CPR on her?
I saw it go off.
You said you went over there and held her, but
That was after, it went off, and my ears were ringing, and I didn't even hear, I didn't like think of it, my ears were ringing, I looked up, and I saw what happened, and I turned, and I just, I didn't, what the fuck just happened? I turned around, and I went in my bedroom, and I saw the weapon, and I just threw it into the fucking closet. Okay, in the magazines, when they were on the bed, I remember I just hit them off the bed. I just fucking kicked them. I remember I was just so.
and then you flushed the fireball.
Yeah, no, that was Well, that I went and I saw it. I was just so fucking frightened. I didn't want to even touch my wife because I was so fucking scared. I was scared.
She's hurt.
I know. When I went up to her, I didn't touch her though. I went up.
She's hurt, man. I think that's the first thing I would have done. I wouldn't have done anything else.
Went off. I threw the rifle in there. I went in there and I looked at her, and she wasn't moving, and her head was like on the right side, like that, but she was still facing the computer, and I didn't know what the fuck to do, and for some reason, some part of me just said, "Oh my God, there's alcohol in my system," and then I don't know why that hit me, but. And as you said, why am I worried about a little miss? I don't know why, but I just did.
Not only that, but you first thing you want to do is hide the magazines. You knock them off the floor, or onto the floor, and kick them under the bed. So you're altering the crime scene. You're altering the fucking scene.
I don't know anything.
This tells me somebody that acted out of rage and out of anger. You acted out of rage and out of anger. You shot your wife in the back of the head. And then after you did it, you realized what you did and realized, oh my God, this is permanent. How stupid was I to do this? Now what am I going to do to cover this up? What can I come up with? That's what this tells me.
It was not out of rage, and it was not out of anger. I wasn't angry at my wife.
It wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident.
You intentionally pulled the fucking trigger.
Me firing the weapon, or me pulling the trigger was not an accident. Okay? I did not know there was a round in there. Her getting hit with that round, that was that, and I was not. It was an accident, and I was not mad. I was not angry. And
It's not an accident. You're right. It was not an accident. You did this intentionally. Because if this was an accident, if you had accidentally shot your wife, you would have dropped the weapon right there, went over there, and started rendering CPA or first aid because you felt horrible. This was an act of rage. You were mad for some reason, and you shot her.
No, I'm mad at my wife.
And then you went
and tried to hide everything.
To include fucking alcohol and kick magazines underneath the bed, throw the gun in the closet like it didn't fucking happen. Oh shit, it didn't happen, all gone. Hands clean. Skylar.
Yes. I did not.
Your wife deserves the right answer, man, not this fucking
She
bullshit.
does deserve the right answer.
Then
and
tell
I
it.
love my wife. I did not kill her.
You did kill her.
I did kill her. I was not angry at her. I was not mad. I did not intentionally mean to murder my wife. I love my wife with a huge passion, okay? We are young. We have not been together that long, and I understand that. And everybody does not fucking like that. And they don't like seeing young couple be like that, okay? But I do love my wife. And I've never had a problem with her that was major. I've never wanted to hurt her in any way. I've never put my hand on her, okay? And I would never want to do that ever. And today, especially, nothing wanted to happen to her, okay? I made love to her when I got home, and she wanted to relax, and I wanted to relax. So I watched a movie, and she was on working, okay? One thing led to another. I'm fucking not even thinking straight, clearing a weapon, and it goes off, and it strikes my
No,
wife.
you pulled the trigger. It didn't just go off. Skylar, you pulled
I
the
pulled the
trigger
trigger
oriented at your wife.
I understand that.
That's the part we don't understand. That's the one piece that you're not
I
making
now
any
understand
sense
it
of.
myself. I don't understand why I took that weapon. I don't understand why I decided that I need to put that fucker on fire and just fire right there and have it up in my fucking chest when I was firing it. I don't know why the fuck I did that. I'm a fucking idiot for doing it. I know fucking that, and that's fucked. I know that when I know I'm a fucking idiot for doing that, and I wasn't thinking fucking straight, but I did not intentionally mean to shoot my wife. Okay, the direction of the weapon was towards her, but I did not intentionally mean for that to hit her. I don't know if you're trying to accuse me of killing. I understand I killed my wife. I killed my fucking wife. Okay, I killed my wife.
You're not going to get an argument here. I'm just trying to figure out why. That's what our job is. My partner and I are trying to figure out why you killed your wife. We already know you killed her, and we can't fix that. But what we can do is get to the bottom of why, so she can rest in peace.
She deserves that.
She does. You're right, Scott. You're right. She deserves that, and you deserve to give her that.
And people are gonna
Everything I can get.
and people are gonna want to know the answers of why, not just us, her family,
Your
her
family.
sisters, your family.
Yeah.
They're gonna want to know why Skylar would do this, or do they know already?
My wife has met my entire family. I think as far as anybody I can meet that's worth meeting, and they all love her, and she loves them, and I'm happy for that. And you can call my grandparents, my father's side. You can call my grandma, my mother's side. You can call my mom.
I get all that.
We're not doubting your love for your wife, but what you're not getting the grasp of is that
If there was something wrong, that I would do something.
if you did something like this, if you did it because you were pissed off and you did it, you need to set it now, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the
100%.
prosecutor's going to do at this point right now, because this whole huge gap right here, it's not looking really fucking good. So I'm trying to figure that out so I can present the best case to our boss. He and my partner and I can sit there and we can present this to our boss, and our
Yeah.
boss can dictate where it goes from there, how we do, what we do next. And the whole thing is, Skylar, I got to have as much information as possible. If we go in there right now and lay this out with that big fucking gaping hole is why you did this,
Yeah.
it doesn't look good for you. Especially the fact that you altered the scene. You poured down liquor down the sink. You kicked magazines underneath the bed, and you threw a gun in the closet. You flushed the toilet twice, not once. So that means that the fucking bowl had to fill back up with water before you could flush it the second time to get rid of that. Because
There's
I think,
toilet paper in the
whatever. But my point is, I think that you're so worried about being a professional can't even say it now, I'm so frustrated. Army dude, that you don't, that's what's on your mind. Not the fact that your wife's laying in the office
That's where the blood came from.
when you went back in there.
Where I went back in there and I
But you didn't have blood on you. You didn't have blood on you when you opened up the fucking door for your neighbor. You had no blood on you. And then
It was on my hands.
you went back in there and then you had some on your shirt. Minimal. And I tell you, I can't count how many homicides and suicides that I've been on where people have been shot in the head. What little bit of blood you got on your clothes is minimal. Minimal. So did you pick her up and you hug her? Or did you try? Because if you did that, you'd have a lot of blood on you,
I
son.
went like this. I put my hand on the right side of her head, and I put it to my chest, and I wrapped my arm around her. And I guess there just wasn't that much blood or what, but I put my right hand on the right side of her head. I put it to my chest, and I started saying her name. And there was no reaction, no movement, no nothing. I immediately put her down, and I couldn't be in there anymore. Because I looked down.
You couldn't drag me away if it was my wife.
I didn't think of any CPR. Try breathing for her.
Hold compression to her head, try to stop the bleeding.
I mean, you've gone through CPR first aid training, right?
Mediocre ones, I guess.
Mediocre ones, but combat level training, right? How to put a tourniquet on, how to help a fallen soldier who's been
She
hit.
was shot in the back of the head.
You couldn't put a tourniquet, I get that, right? But you left her. You ran out and you hid evidence. That don't make sense, man.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
So fill in the blanks. It makes sense to you, you know.
I think, I don't know, immediately I must have just thought, oh my god, what the fuck just happened? And I just thought of everything wrong that just happened with me, and
Wrong, what do you mean wrong?
everything that I'd done wrong. One, obviously the major one. Two, me with the weapon. Three, you know, I had alcohol in my kitchen, and then I don't know what kicked into me, but I was just like,
You
I don't know
told,
why I felt like I needed to cover, but I wasn't trying to cover up the fact that I did what I did, but
you moved magazines from a fucking rifle. You threw a rifle in
the magazine wasn't in the rifle. Okay,
I'm just saying,
it was moved,
I'm
it was
just
moved
telling
from
you
the
what-
initial area.
Yeah, absolutely. And you flushed alcohol down the toilet not once, twice, 2 times.
It seems to me like you're more concerned about cleaning the apartment and putting things away than you were about your wife who just got shot in the back of the head.
Or more concerned about your military career than a 19-year-old girl that had been shot in the back of the head, like my partner said.
It seems like you had limited or minimal concern about her. It was more like, damn, now what do I do?
And in the beginning of our conversation, I didn't count after 6, but you said, what happened to me? Look what happened to me. Why did this happen to me? Well, Skylar, you're sitting right here. Your heart's pumping. Your brain's working. Your wife isn't. It happened to her. You did it, but it happened to her. Tell me why it happened to her, Skylar.
Because I'm a fuck up.
You fucked up. There's no 2 ways about it. But why did you fuck up? Were you pissed off? Were the rage was to the point that you just said, "This is it. I'm mad because you didn't do this or you did that," or you're talking to that guy? Was it out of rage, man? That makes sense. Like my partner said, as the detective said, it makes sense. We understand rage. We absolutely do. Most of the time, you can understand homicide, but when you leave a big fucking hole, I can't understand that. And she gets no rest until you come forth and tell the truth.
I wasn't angry at her, and I wasn't looking for revenge in any way. I wasn't intentionally looking to harm her in any way. I wasn't looking for revenge. I wasn't mad at her. I wasn't insinuating that she was talking to another man. None of that was in my head. The only time I didn't even think about her being with another man. I just thought, earlier in the day when I asked her about her coworkers, I asked her if everybody was nice and if anybody hits on you or anything, or are they all nice to you and appropriate. So that's the farthest I got with that.
See, that's what I don't get. Here's this precious creature given to you by God to be your wife that you love above no other. Is that what I understand?
Yeah.
This is your wife. You love her.
Yeah.
Why point a gun at the back of her head, shoulder that weapon, and pull the trigger? This is a precious creature. This is your wife. This is the love of your life. And then you tell us, well, I loved her. I wasn't mad at her. There's no other guy. You see where we're at? It doesn't
I
make
understand
sense.
where you guys don't understand. Yeah, I understand where I look like a fucking. I understand.
And we're going to find things out. This is just the beginning. We're going to start digging. We're going to dig into computers. We're going to talk to neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
And some neighbors have already said they've heard you arguing in the past, not today, but in the past they've heard arguing coming from your apartment. What were those arguments about?
I don't even remember a last argument.
What was your last argument about? What do you guys argue about? There's usually money,
No, we usually don't argue about money.
bills, and infidelity.
We usually don't work. I don't think we've ever really had a really big argument about financial.
What does need for make a month?
$1,136.98 every 2 weeks. And then I get my rent automatically paid.
For BAQ, I guess what they call that.
Every month I'm giving about a little over $1,200 BH, which is just for rent. And that's set up as an allotment, and I get to keep the rest of it, so I keep about a little less than $300 of that, because my rent's only about $920.
All right.
What's the?
I'm sorry.
What's the combo to your safe? The combination to your safe?
£2.
Yeah. So it's an electronic keypad.
You have to do it slow, or else it'll lock you out.
Okay, so £2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, with that in mind, with a little bit of money that you're making, $1,000 a month plus the 300 you get on top of the
And then,
BH.
plus then I get my actual base pay.
Right. How do you afford 14 guns? I'm a gun guy.
Yeah.
I make a little bit more money than that. I can't afford 14 guns just to have 14 guns.
Over time, I've gotten them. 1, 2, 4. My grandpa died, and I got some of them as they're handed down to me.
Do you have a key for the safe too?
There is no key.
There is no key for it? You don't have a backup?
No, it's got a code on there, and then there's a way to reset it with this like.
It's a key. If you turn it, you can reset and put your own program, your own.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no like manual key.
If it's
So if the power goes out, you just.
It's a battery. You got to rechange the
you
battery.
just change the battery.
Oh,
And then
okay.
you can change the key code by opening the safe, and you can change it like that when it's open.
Oh, okay.
But
So with those 6 pistols that you have, you initially said some of those aren't yours. Are they soldiers?
one of them isn't mine. One of them, a friend that I have that works in the same. He's in the same platoon I have. He bought that a couple months ago legally.
Legally or?
Legally. All these are legal. They're all legal handguns, and
But why are you at night? You're 20 and 20 years old. You're having them. Are you keeping them off post? Does everybody on post know you have them? Do you give your list?
only
to your,
like 2 or 3 of my friends, because
I'm not talking about friends. I'm talking about your command.
I'm sure.
When I was
I
in
think-
service, you
I
had,
think
to,
like
you had to list all weapons owned.
No, you don't, I did 2 of them because sometimes I wanted to go to a range they have on post just to go shoot on the range, and it was just a bolt action rifle and a semi-automatic like scope rifle for like.
But none of your pistols, because you can't have a pistol, or can you have a pistol?
No, I'm allowed to have a pistol,
Okay.
but I just didn't do it because I don't really shoot my pistols that often. There's a .44 Magnum that I got handed.
I'm more concerned with the 5.56 that went through you. I said. And where did you buy
I
that?
legally bought that from Tactical Tailor on exit 124.
From Tac Taylor or Surplus Ammo and Arms, the one behind it.
The one behind it.
Yeah.
The surplus arms.
Yeah.
Do you remember how long ago we got that? You bought that?
I bought that in beginning of December, end of November last year, because Christmas is late December and her birthday is early January, so usually like in December I'll just get her some stuff then.
So was it a gift for her?
Yeah, I got it for her birthday because she wanted a rifle to go shoot at targets.
Did you teach her how to use the weapon?
Yeah.
How to secure it? How to make it safe?
Yeah, but I didn't take her I went and took her to go shoot it maybe like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, maybe you took the time, showed the functions, or how to clear it.
Yeah, and then one of my friends did the same thing with her, helped her out.
Okay.
Let's take a break.
That's good.
Hang tight. We'll be right back.
Need anything
Water's
besides
still on.
Need anything besides water or anything like that? Like candy bar or anything?
Scott, what's recorder still on? What's the your wife's maiden name?
Her maiden name is Tara Danielle Bolton.
Okay.
Want me to spell it?
No, I got it right here in front of me. Did there was a bill in the house for a receipt rather for a dozen roses from Safeway that was dated yesterday.
When I picked her up, she said one of her co-workers' wife or whatever, they're having a bad day or something like that, so she bought a dozen roses for his wife, or her co-worker's wife. That's just what she told me.
She bought a dozen roses for a coworker's wife.
Yeah.
So she
I think they knew each other because she goes to the office, apparently is what she said.
She's pretty close. Whether they would hang out, maybe they'd come over to the apartment. She'd go over to their house. Is that a type of friendship?
I've never met him before.
Well, but has she ever talked about it? Hey, you know my coworker. What's the coworker's name? Did she mention the coworker's name?
No. No.
No. So she didn't say like.
Because when she got me the cinnamon alcohol, I asked her where she got it from, and she said a coworker. A guy that's a coworker.
He's my coworker, and if his wife wasn't feeling good, I brought her a dozen roses, and I was telling you about it. I said, yeah, I got Todd's wife. It's a coworker of mine. I got Todd's wife a dozen roses. So did she mention his first name?
No, I don't remember his first name.
No.
No.
Would she say
First
it?
name. Yeah, I know.
I know his wife. If she wasn't feeling good and I bought her roses, we've known each other for 10 years, worked together a long time, more than 10 years now. I think he'd be mad at me. He'd be kind of, you know, if I didn't go up and say, Rick, I bought your wife, I know she's having a bad day, so I sent her a dozen roses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he'd look at me like, what the fuck are you sending my wife roses for?
Where'd she buy the roses from? Safeway?
That's what the receipt says.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that she bought them. I'm saying there's a receipt in the house for a dozen roses. But you know what's not in the house?
What?
A dozen roses.
Yeah, well, I couldn't, I didn't buy them, I just got an attention.
Well, I know you didn't buy them.
Who's Michael Bolton?
Michael Bolton's the guy, he's dead. He's dead.
So how does he still have a Safeway Club card then?
I don't know, she just must still use the number or something. He died in...
Is that the one that was not around much?
When did he die?
That's her real dad was not around much, and I don't remember his name, I haven't met him.
Well, that was the stepdad.
So stepdad?
Her stepdad, Michael, was...
How long did he pass away?
It was... It was a week before Thanksgiving last year, so...
Almost a year ago?
Yeah, it's almost...
11 months ago?
Yeah. But, yeah, so I asked her where she got the alcohol from. She said co-worker. And then she said, I also got she said they just had a baby, and she's been stressed out lately. And, yeah. She's been stressed out lately, so Danielle, my wife, thought it'd be nice to buy her some roses.
So she's worked at this place for 6 weeks, roughly. Mostly from home.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to the office sometimes. A male coworker, his wife is stressed out, so she sends her or brings her flowers.
Yeah, that's what I got from it. That's what she told me.
So she's got to be having pretty intimate conversations with this guy to know that about his personal life. Because there's not a lot of people I'm not going to share my personal life with a lot of people, But for a woman and a guy to sit down and talk and find out that his wife's stressed out.
I mean, she's nice like that too. Though.
Yeah,
like,
that's sharing some pretty intimate details, don't you think? I mean, would you sit down with a strange woman, or not necessarily a strange woman, but another female soldier? Would you sit down with a female soldier and tell her all the problems that are going on in your marriage? No?
The only person I talked to like that was probably a chaplain.
A chaplain, yeah. Do you think it's weird that maybe she was sitting down, talking to another guy, giving all the intimate details of your marriage and learning all the intimate details of his marriage?
Yeah, I guess I didn't really think that much of it.
Really?
Yeah.
You're pretty smart, Scott.
Yeah, no, I understand. I thought it was a little strange, but I didn't think much of it because that's
Strange
just
enough to put a gun on the back of her head and pull the trigger.
No. No. She's nice like that. Like my friends have.
I mean, that's kind of like a, you know, if your wife's sharing intimate details with another man, that's kind of a trust issue, isn't it? I mean, that's kind of private stuff for husbands and wives, right?
I trust my wife. I mean,
Yeah. That doesn't bother you that she may have been doing that? And that he was sharing intimate details of his relationship with his wife to her?
Never to me, I think they're sharing intimate details.
You don't think so? And then you're out in the field with the guys, and the guys are probably talking stories. I'm sure there's all kinds of horror stories about what wives do while guys are...
It's called a Jody story.
Jody story, yeah.
Jody story all over the place, man.
Yeah. And then the mind's a terrible thing. The mind just kind of takes over, kind of creates its own monster, right?
Okay, I understand where you're going with this, but I really think, I don't think she did.
Okay.
I don't think she did.
Well, I'm not saying she did either. I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in your
I was
mind.
okay with her not doing it. I was thinking, yeah, she probably didn't do that. But now with the receipt for a dozen roses that aren't in the fucking house, and a co-worker, she gave them to the co-worker's wife. Now I'm having a hard time with that.
Doesn't seem very believable.
Yeah, I'm kind of on her part telling you if that's what you're saying, but because I think you're smart. I don't think you're stupid.
Am I being gullible then from her?
I don't think it's gullible. I think you know what it is. I think you thought. I think you're thinking the same thing I was. I'd be fucking furious.
I literally didn't remember fucking all that shit until you guys just brought it up.
Just like you didn't remember that you had the gun on your fucking shoulder.
Yeah.
Put your finger on the trigger.
She told me when I picked her
Then you
up.
pulled the trigger.
I understand that.
Then the gun went off.
Yes, it did go off.
And your wife died.
Yeah.
And we find a receipt with your wife's Safeway card for a dozen roses for a guy's wife, which doesn't seem too believable. Hey, not talked to the guy's wife yet, so there may be an opportunity to figure that one out, but
Maybe totally legit.
might be. Sure. Hey, well, I'm a suspicious guy because that's why I'm a detective.
Say maybe before we accuse me of being mad at her because of that subject, could we possibly talk to that person's wife?
No, I think that I can probably conclude that you would be pissed off and not gullible. I can conclude that without talking to her.
Hang on. This is the woman you love. This is your wife. So you're just coming back from being downrange for 3 weeks, and you're hearing all the Jody stories. So your mind's kind of playing, hang on, your mind's playing tricks on you, right? And then you come back, and there's maybe a few little things here thinking that, oh man, maybe this is true, maybe this is happening to me. Man, this can't happen to me. So it's hurtful. Again, this is the woman you love, and if she's cheating on you, how hurtful? What more of a hurtful thing can happen to a man?
Especially your whole family loves her and they all know her and stuff, and now you gotta go back and say, oh, man, she's cheating on me?
Now you're crushed. And then that's when the rage kicks in. The anger. And then bam, the gun goes off, she's dead. I don't know, but you're not gonna run over and collar her. You're gonna start cleaning up the apartment. And so you're cleaning up the apartment and you're thinking, oh man, what do I do now? And then the door knocks. Neighbor's at the door. Oh, I gotta come up with something. She's cleaning her rifle.
She accidentally shot herself, she's cleaning her rifle.
But we already know if there's intentionally an accident, you would have been over there giving CPR. You would have been holding her head.
Compression.
You would have been doing whatever to stop the bleeding.
But you didn't do any of that.
Man, there's something on your chest, dude. Just get it off your chest.
There's really nothing.
Oh, you're that shallow and that hollow of a dude?
I'm not. I don't know what you guys want me to say.
The fucking truth.
I trust my wife. Even when she said that thing about the roses, I thought, oh, okay, you know, she's being nice. And that's what I was getting at. Like, when my buddies at work, you know, we're like, they're always hanging out with us. We're having barbecues all the time. If it's their birthday, my wife makes them a cake.
So how well do you guys interact with other people? Do you guys have a lot? Are you guys very social?
We're very social.
Okay.
We have friends. We go to friends' houses. We go to dinner all the time.
So often you have parties at your house where get-togethers?
Probably once every 2 weeks. We usually grill steak and make like jalapeno poppers. I'll usually have like 4 or 5 guys, and they'll usually bring like their wives or something.
Yeah.
Usually like the buddies I work with, and they've known them for a while.
No, are these what kind of parties are these? Are they just where wives hang out, guys hang out, maybe drink some beer, eat some steak, that type of thing?
Yeah, usually, and we always grill. I got a Weber grill. We usually grill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they get promiscuous or, you know,
No.
I don't know.
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I have friends like 2 of them have wives. One of my buddies, Sean White, he has a wife, and she's pregnant right now. And then my buddy Anthony, and he has a wife, Carrie.
I got buddies that got wives too, man. But I didn't shoot my wife in the back of the fucking head, and my wife didn't have a receipt for a dozen roses in there. And I didn't just come back from 3 weeks being downrange with some Jody stories or some people talking shit about their wives. Or may not have been. But I still wondering what was going on. Come home and find a receipt and like, oh, okay. Did she bring it up or did you find it and say, what the fuck is this? And that spark another argument. I also don't have neighbors next door that say, up until the last 3 weeks, they've been arguing all the time. We hear them arguing all the time and they're raising their voices all the fucking time. They're always arguing about something. So I don't know why, for 3 weeks it's been great, but guess what? You've been gone for 3 weeks.
And it doesn't matter when we found the receipt, you knew about the roses. And you didn't tell us about it.
I didn't need a receipt, I just believed.
I know, but you knew about the roses.
But did she bring it up?
Found the receipt. You told
Did
us.
she tell you or did you find the receipt?
No, I told you how it came up. Remember when she said, oh, I got you some alcohol, and I said, oh, okay, thank you, but how'd you get it? She said, oh, I got it from a coworker that I work with. And she also said, oh, and he said, oh, and her wife is having a baby right now, and she's been having a lot of trouble staying, and she's been staying up. So I felt bad, so I went and got her some roses.
So some coworker buys a 19-year-old girl a bottle of cinnamon whiskey, and she buys him roses because the whiskey's for you and the roses for his wife.
I don't know.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Well, no, the roses, she told me the roses were for his wife.
Mm-hmm. And he bought the whiskey for her husband.
Yeah.
So do you think it's roses? Do you think
Whiskey.
that is something that you'd buy for somebody's wife that's not feeling? If my partner's wife isn't feeling well, maybe I might get her some carnations or a nice flower bouquet, maybe some balloons on it. My wife, I'm gonna get roses.
None of this makes sense.
There was no blood on
But
the
you're
left side of it.
cleaning up the apartment. You're not calling 911. You just shot your wife in the head. You're not rendering medical aid to her. You're not calling 911. You're cleaning up the apartment. You're hiding things in the crime scene. You see what I mean? That doesn't make sense.
You go to open the
If
door.
I accidentally hurt somebody, I'm going to be doing everything in my willpower to make sure they're okay.
You go to the door with no blood on you. Then you run back in and you got 4 little swipes on your shirt and maybe a little bit on your head. From a head wound with a 5.56 that moves about 2,900 feet per fucking second.
Exited the front of her face. And you're telling me that there's no fucking, that's all the blood you got on you?
Yeah, I mean, when I came up to her, I was on the left side of her and I grabbed her against me. I put my hand on the right side of her head.
Right side.
It was the right side because I think that's what this cut is from.
How'd you get your finger from putting it on her head?
I don't know if
Bone fragments or something?
I think it was a bone fragment.
take another pic of it.
So, and I said, none of this is making sense. And we get, like I said, we get the rage, the jealousy. You're gone for 3 weeks. You're happy to see your cute young wife. And you find out that something may not be true, or you assume something may not be wrong. So you get in a rage. You make a stupid act. That makes sense to us.
That's not. I wasn't ever rageful.
Been in a rage at her?
We've gotten arguments in.
What was it over?
I don't remember.
No.
You better fucking start remembering, man. Make your
No.
story make it believable.
Before, what have we argued about?
Yeah.
What have you argued about?
I don't, probably random shit, probably.
Like what? Does she not pick her clothes up? Does she not pay bills on time?
Maybe.
Does she spend
I
too
paid all
much
the
money?
bills. It must have, maybe it was
Does
because.
she spend too much time on the computer?
Maybe-
What is it? What is it that makes
I
you
think
argue?
we got an argument before because she likes to sit on her phone all the time. Or.
So you were jumping time on her phone and with you. And you got mad and you started yelling at her, right?
No.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, we've argued about that before, but I've never.
Okay. Well, then
The
you
only
argued
time
about
I've
it.
really screamed, like I screamed at her before,
What happened? You
I
got
think
me.
it was because she got in a fender bender in an old car that we used to have, and we were arguing about it. And then like.
Why didn't you shoot her then?
I don't want to harm her.
Pull the trigger. So that's what I mean, it doesn't make any sense. You tell me you don't want to harm your wife.
I don't
You
want to harm my wife.
You
I
tell
really
me,
do not
you
want
tell
to
me your
harm my
wife is the most
I've
you,
never
and you
heard-
don't want to harm, but you shouldered a weapon, put the weapon on fire,
Put your finger on the trigger and pull the weapon when it's pointed at the back of her head. So that tells me you wanted to harm her. You wanted to hurt her. And we want to know why.
Was it the $17,000 in debt that you guys are in?
Because of my truck.
You're $17,000 in debt. I mean, is that why you're mad at her? Was she spending money buying roses for somebody on an E4 salary and you're $17,000 in debt?
Well, how am I $17,000 in debt? I have a car loan. That's all I know of. And I'm trying to fix my car that I wrecked a few months. Like.
Are you wrecked or she wrecked?
I wrecked it. I totaled it.
So you're $17,000 in debt. And
For a car loan, yeah.
and fixing this and then she buys roses for some dude. You don't get pissed about that? I'd be fucking furious if I was $17,000 in debt and my wife bought roses for some guy. Be furious, but I still wouldn't put a fucking 5.56 to the back of her head and blow her fucking face off. I wouldn't do that. But I'd be angry.
I didn't want to kill my wife.
Then why did you?
Because I was ignorant and I was.
I don't believe that. I don't believe you're an ignorant man at all. I think you're a very smart, intelligent young
I
man.
understand. Okay, I'm good with weapons. I've used weapons a lot. Okay, but this time I
That's just it. I don't think you'd violate those safety rules to the back of your wife's head if you really loved her.
You might if you were pissed off. $17,000 in debt, another man. You know, maybe the house, maybe she didn't do what she was supposed to do.
Is there
Maybe-
a lie detector you could? Because I don't know of any.
Yeah,
Other
absolutely. We'll put you on a CBSA. If you want to do that, I'll absolutely get that set up.
I don't know of any other man. I'm telling you, I really don't. The
Did
only.
you see video or something that she was doing something with somebody when she's looking on that?
No. I wasn't even really angry at all, actually. I wasn't even angry. I didn't even think second guess when she said she bought roses for her co-worker's wife. I didn't even second guess that.
Your bills paid on time? Every one of them? You up to date?
Yeah, they should be.
Should be. If you pay all the bills, you should
The
know.
last 3 weeks I let her pay the last one, so they should have been paid. But when I pay the bills, they're always paid on time. Usually they
Being a good soldier.
They usually put it a few days early.
Are you in good standings with your unit?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I've ever had bad happen to me is I got in that car wreck, and it was on post, so technically I had to get a ticket. So that's the only negative thing I've ever had happen to me in the military.
Okay.
I've never had.
You haven't had any bad reviews?
I've never had bad negative counseling. I've never been on extra duty. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that was the first thing that's really ever had. That was my first ticket I ever got to.
See, that's what's troubling. So how's this squared away soldier who's good at his job, good with weapons,
Kill his wife.
mistake? It is not, this isn't a little mistake.
They had a ticket.
This isn't doing something stupid. This is pointing a weapon to the back of her head, putting it on fire and pulling the trigger. To me, that's intentional. That's not a mistake. You don't make those mistakes. You even told me that you don't make those mistakes. And you've cleared that type of a weapon thousands of times.
I think today you got angry and you killed your wife.
You said, fuck this bitch and blew her brains out?
No. You hid weapon. You hid the magazines. You flushed fucking
You were
alcohol
trying to
down the
clean the
toilet.
apartment up till
You
the neighbor came over.
changed the crime scene after shooting your wife in the head.
Nothing about it seems accidental.
It seems intentional.
I understand how.
With malice.
What's that?
So are you a
You
cold,
intended to kill your wife. You stuck a gun in the back of her head and pulled the fucking trigger.
you a cold, heartless killer?
No.
Or were you acting out of revenge, out of anger, out of jealousy?
I'm not a cold-hearted killer, and I was not angry or jealous of my wife in any way.
Was she at you? Was she cussing at you for
No,
fooling around?
No, I told her, "Oh, you look very cute," and she was silent and she was on the computer, and it was quiet. And I took the weapon and I was just gonna quickly just.
Shouldered it, pointed it towards your wife,
No.
pulled it, put it on fire, pulled the fucking trigger, boom, gun goes off, she dies. You hide the crime scene, you change it, you alter it, you go put magazines underneath the bed, you knock them off the bed, kick them under the bed, you throw the gun in the other closet, you go get the bottle of liquor and you flush it down the toilet twice. Takes a minimum of 45 seconds to fill up a tub of the back of the commode, to flush it again, a minimum of 45 seconds. Did a little plumbing in my day, I know these things. And then, so you do it twice, and then you go to the door, no blood on you. Answer the door. Then you run back and you come back with minimal blood from a head wound with a 5.56. It's got countless amounts of pressure and moving 2,900 feet per second out of a 16-inch barrel. Explain that, Skylar. If you could explain it, we'll be done. If you can't explain it, son, then what happens is right now you're looking at homicide. Intentional killing of your wife.
I understand. The stuff. Okay, when I took the magazine and I put it on the bed, and after all this happened, the alcohol was in the kitchen. Okay, I poured.
In the kitchen.
The alcohol was in the, yes. The alcohol, I said that earlier.
Right. In the kitchen. So you kill her in here, you run past this, you put the gun in there, you hide the magazines in this room, and you go into the kitchen, get the alcohol, go back to the fucking commode, and you flush it twice. Not once, twice.
I didn't wait for it to.
And then, no, change your story a little bit more. Twice, you flushed it twice, they heard it flushed twice. If you don't wait, it don't flush. Then they run back out here and open up the door because somebody's knocking on the door. You got no fucking blood on you. You never ran to the aid of your wife, Skylar. You never ran to the aid of your wife. She had a bullet hole in the back of her head, the love of your life, and you let her lay in a fucking pool of blood, and you run to the door and you try to change the crime scene. And then you come back and you got minimal blood on her. Skylar, don't fucking lie to me. I'm tired of you lying to me. Tell me the goddamn truth. That's twice I've used GD. I never say that word. You have got me angry.
Yes, sir.
I want to know the truth because your wife deserves the truth. You telling me this shit? You absolutely.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I've never done anything, nothing. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say. I've never been around this kind of shit before, okay? So immediately, I don't know why the fuck I was thinking about myself, and I should have been fucking thinking about my goddamn wife, which I should. I should have been thinking about my wife, and for some fucking reason I was thinking about myself with motherfucking myself. Okay, and I was thinking, oh my god, I'm alcohol, you're really fucking alcohol, and then
My military career is over. Me. Why is this happening to me? To me. While your wife lays there dead.
Was she still breathing?
no, when I went up to her, she wasn't breathing.
When did you go up to her?
2 minutes later,
Or 2
after you
minutes
cleaned up
later?
the scene?
Or did you
No,
go,
no,
or did you go
okay,
right up to
I-
her right away and
I told you. Were you not writing all that stuff? I went up to her after I threw the gun. I went in there and I looked at
After you threw the gun
Where did you throw the gun at?
in the
in
other
the
bedroom.
closet.
In this closet?
No, the
In the other
other.
No,
bedroom.
in the other room?
Yeah.
So you went out of the room. So you accidentally shoot your wife, or what you're telling me, after you put it on the shoulder, put your finger in the trigger well, put the gun on fire, aimed at her head, and pull the trigger. Then you take the gun out into the other room. If that was an accident, don't you think you would have dropped it right there, went over there, made sure she's all right, made sure she's breathing?
Decided to render some sort of aid, like, oh fuck. Maybe it just barely touched her. Maybe she's okay. No, let me go hide the crime scene. Let me go get this out because I'm a
And
fucking
then I'm going to go
soldier.
back in there, peek in there and go, oh, she's not breathing, just a sign of flush alcohol. Get rid of the magazines. Because it was an act of rage. You didn't plan next. All you planned was how to kill her. You didn't plan what was going to happen next because you acted in a fit of rage. That's what's called rage. You're lashing out because you're angry, you're mad, so you killed her. And then reality sets in that, oh my goodness, I just killed her. What am I going to do now? I have to make up a story. I have to come up with something quick. Right? I'm not dumb.
I
Okay.
understand, sir.
I know this is exactly what this is. This is rage. And you didn't know what to do
I was
after you
too
killed
busy-
her.
I was too worried about my own fucking tracks for some reason. I was too worried about myself getting in more trouble than.
You don't get much more trouble than
I
homicide,
understand. It didn't. It didn't click for me. Something just hit me, and I was like, "Oh my god!" A firearm went off. She's probably, and I fucking just got rid of the shit. And when I went back in there, I got pretty close to her, and she wasn't breathing, and her hair was over her face. I couldn't see her face, but I saw blood on like the chair and like on her shirt right here, and yeah, and that was after.
It's because you acted out of rage. If that would have been an accident, you would have been all over. You'd have been moving her hair out. You'd have been trying to figure out
Well,
where
let me
the
ask you
injury was.
this. Let me run this by you. What else did you do altering the crime scene? Did you go out the slider door?
I went out there and I was freaking out. Yeah.
Put your dog out there?
No, he ran out there.
Yeah. When you open up the slider? You went out there freaking out. Was that before or after you opened the door for the neighbor? Tell the truth, man.
That was before I opened the door for the neighbor. I went out
So
there,
now we
freaking
went into
out, the
another
dog ran-
complete, another fucking room, went outside, oh shit, still haven't rendered aid to your wife.
Because you're in panic mode. You're
I didn't know what the fuck to do. She
It was
was.
panic, right?
That's
Why
out
were
of
you- why were you
rage.
panicking?
Then, like my partner said, then the fucking reality set in. And then, oh
Because you
fuck, what do I do?
didn't plan past the point of killing her. You were just so mad
Wasn't
that you wanted to kill
premeditated. I
her.
didn't plan to kill my wife.
Okay?
It wasn't
So you know what you're talking about, the difference of? First degree murder and second degree murder. First degree murder is that you planned it. You said, when I get home, I'm killing that fucking bitch. Second degree murder is this. That fucking bitch is cheating on me. Bam! Gun goes off. That's the difference,
I
son.
didn't think. she
Reality
was
hits.
gonna-
Now, oh man, I actually did it. I did it. I can't believe I did it. Now what do I do? Right?
No.
Wow, I did this. What do I do?
So you said the first I premeditated whatever. I did not think that. And number two, I just no. I didn't.
No, because you're caught.
No,
and now
I
you're,
didn't
dude,
think
my
that
kids are older than you, man. I got you figured out in the first 5 minutes we're in here. I know exactly when you don't like what you're going to change the fucking story. You've been doing it all night. We've been talking to you for 3.5, 4 hours. And I'm telling you, man, I got you figured out. I know all you got to do, the difference between getting this thing done and all taken care of is you tell me why you pulled the trigger on the back of your wife's head. Well, are you fucking mad? You tell my partner, was it because of your rage? Because she was cheating on you? Because you just said, fuck it, I want out of this. I want to be a soldier. She wanted to be out of the army. You wanted to stay in. Whatever the reason is, just tell us. It's out of rage. You did it. Boom, bang, done. We're out of here. First degree murder, second degree murder. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of the two.
I really didn't think she was cheating on me. I didn't have any. I didn't doubt her at all.
Then we come back to the same question. Why would you shoulder a weapon, put it on fire, put your finger in the trigger well, train the weapon on the back of your wife's head, and pull the trigger?
I did not intentionally try to kill her. The weapon was in her, that pointed directly at her, and I was not.
You're changing the story again. You're changing the story. You're changing the story again. Why did you do that? Other than, I don't know, it was stupid.
It was stupid.
Yeah, we know that. But we don't think you're a stupid guy. The guy that's cleared thousands of weapons and cleared weapons today before he turned them in.
11 years old, you had your first AR. For 9 years, you've worked that weapon system.
You know better. Loaded or unloaded, you don't point a rifle at anybody, the back of anybody's head. What would happen if your first sergeant saw you doing that to somebody, another fellow soldier?
He'd probably take the rifle and beat me with it.
So again, you're not that stupid to make that mistake. You know better. So why did you do it?
I didn't intentionally shoot the weapon. I shot the weapon and it was aimed at her head. I didn't intentionally try to kill her. Me being... I skipped a step. I skipped a step on the weapon.
And a 19-year-old time.
A step?
The weapon wasn't unsafe. I didn't charge the
I
weapon.
think you skipped more than one step.
Pointing in the wrong direction.
What are the firearm safety rules?
Pointing the weapon in a safe direction, having the weapon unsafe. Make sure your weapon's clear.
What's the last one?
Trigger discipline. Having your finger off the trigger.
That's not the one I'm talking about. You know which one I'm talking about.
Always treat your weapon like it's loaded.
Always treat a weapon like it's loaded. So how does a young man that's been shooting guns since he's 11, how much time he's been in the Army now?
Since November 7th, 2012.
Since November 7th, 2012, so almost 2 years. And how much weapons training have you had? Probably a lot, right? I'll let you answer that. How much weapons training have you had?
Mortars, machine guns, grenade launchers, different types of rifles, short fire rifles.
All of them you have to clear, right? All of them you keep your finger off trigger until you're ready to fire the weapon.
And
Never
they-
point anything at anything you're not willing to destroy.
They preach the firearm safety rules to you? I know we get to preach to us. Do they preach it to you in the Army?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Did you find a receipt, point the gun at her, not thinking it was loaded and pull the trigger?
No, I didn't know there was a receipt for the roses.
Were you trying to scare her?
No.
Trying to intimidate her?
No.
Were you in an argument saying, hey, I could do this to you, and instead of the gun just going click, it went bang?
No. I never threatened her.
You ready to do a CBSA lie detector test? My partner and I'll step out. We'll get a guy in here. He'll do that test and get it all. And if it comes through, you ready to do that? You want to get the truth out
And
here?
maybe help us clarify it,
You want to do that?
help us
That's
understand.
fine. I know you guys really don't.
Well, we're
Trust
just-
me.
No, I want to give you the option.
It just
This
doesn't
is
make
an
sense.
investigative tool. It's not admissible in court. It's an
Mhm.
investigative tool. Gives me an idea if you're being truthful or not. That's all.
Yeah, that's
You wanna do it?
You want to do it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright.
It's going to take us about 10 or 15 minutes to get set up.
Can I get more water?
Sure.
Yeah, so want a candy bar or anything?
No, I don't.
You like candy? I don't know if we have.
Can't help you with anything else, but I'll get you some more water. All right. Recording's still on.
Hi, Skyler. Hi, I'm Detective Gonzalez. You have elected to take a computer voice stress analysis, is that correct?
Whatever they need.
Is that what he asked you about? He talked to you about that?
Yeah, I said I would do it.
Okay. I know we talked about polygraph a little bit. We're gonna do some administrative stuff real quick before we even get into the machine, and I'll talk about how the machine works and all that kind of stuff. So, I'm a major crimes detective. I work major crimes homicide, and one of my primary duties is to coordinate the computer voice stress analysis program as well. So that's what I do for the other 6 examiners that I have that work for me here. So before we get started, though, I'm going to go ahead and get your permission to conduct the examination. You said you wanted to take it, so we'll get through that. Spell your first name for me, please.
SKYLAR.
Okay. And what's your middle initial?
N
Okay. And what is your middle name?
NEM. Oh, my middle name.
Yes.
NIKOLAS.
Okay. Nicholas.
Yes.
And it's Nemetz.
Yes. NEMETZ.
E-T-Z. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. So, do you have any problem reading or writing? Can you see okay?
Yeah.
I know you're tired. Can you read that for me? Aloud?
I, Skyler Nicholas.
Pleasure. Tell me your date of birth.
July 19, 1994.
Okay, listen, bud. It's recorded audio and video, so you got to speak up, okay? All right.
Oh, yeah.
Everything. So you're kind of at a low volume now. I know you're tired. You've been doing this a long time. You've been answering a lot of questions. I'm not up in your grill or anything like that, okay?
Okay.
So, but I need you to, kind of speak up so we can get through this. All right, we're going to go through Miranda once more, okay? That's
Okay.
your rights advisal, so I'm confident that you still want to talk to me and all that stuff. The way I do it is I'm going to read aloud from the form you're going to sign, and then I'm going to give you a blank form that you can read along with me, and we'll go from there, okay? So, advisement of rights. Before questioning and making any statements, I'm going to advise you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Any statement that you do make can be used as evidence against you in a court of law. You're not a juvenile, so the juvenile addendum doesn't pertain to you. You have the right this time to talk to an attorney of your choice and to have your attorney present before and during questioning and to make any statement. If you cannot afford an attorney, you're entitled to have one appointed for you without cost to you, to have the attorney present at any time during questioning and make any statement. When you stop answering questions or ask for an attorney at any time during any questioning and make any statement. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Having been made fully aware of these rights, do you voluntarily wish to answer questions now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, a couple of, again, just procedural things. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are what I read you. These are the 2 questions I asked you. I'd like you to initial next to the margin, next to each numeral, indicating you understand your rights. If you have any questions about them, please ask me. Okay. I would like you to initial next to these two numerals for the two questions and put your answers there. You answered yes to both of those, and sign below, please. Okay, perfect. Got that stuff. Lots of paperwork with this thing. Turn that down, I apologize. You good to go for a little bit? I mean, do you need to use the restroom? You've got some water? Are you okay? Because this may take a little bit.
I might drink some of this and then I'm gonna probably go to the bathroom.
Okay, you want to go to the bathroom? That's fine. That's fine before we get started. So I don't want to get too far into it before we go on. You ready to go right now?
Yeah, I can do it right now.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do
Whenever
that.
I can.
Okay, let's do that. Come on. Okay, stand right there for me.
Go back to the head.
Yeah, you seriously, just follow up.
Just like
That's
my
all.
last time, okay?
All right, thank you.
Walk. You okay?
Thanks, Oscar. Perfect. So, not a good circumstance. I realize that. We have some things to get over, from the scene as compared to what you told us and some of the things you did, and we'll get into all that. But again, this is the time, we've got a couple of questions. And they're just two questions really, is intent more than anything else, and I want you to answer that right now. Or was it an accident? And it's stupid. An accident or an act of negligence. It's kind of the three options we have. You know what I mean? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Where's your driver's license at?
It's in my wallet.
Is it from this state or is it from Washington?
No, it's a California driver's license.
Where are you from, California?
Northern California.
Where?
Eureka, Humboldt County.
Eureka, yeah. Okay. Do you know your driver's license number?
I can only remember the first few.
That's right. That's right. If you don't remember it, that's fine. What's your social security number? Okay. And what's your address exactly?
8509
Mm-hmm.
82nd Street,
Mm-hmm.
Southwest,
Mm-hmm.
apartment 301. Yeah, like
And what's the zip out there?
98498.
Okay. And you're employed by the U.S. Army, and what's your unit of assignment?
What am I unit?
What's your unit of assignment, yeah?
32
Right. What company?
-520, or it's 5-20,
Okay.
HHC.
Okay. So your headquarters 7520 Infantry,
Yeah.
3rd Brigade,
Third Brigade,
second
yeah.
ID. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
sure, we get second ID.
Okay, great. What,
520 for sure.
what's the address over there? At what's the building number? Do you know?
I don't know
Are you on North Ford or are you guys on
that. Main
post? JB1.
It's over next to the second range of bat.
Or down by 275,
Yeah,
second division.
It's like literally right down the street from 275.
Yeah, I used to be right down the street from 275 at 504th and Beaverton. I was there about 15 years ago. So what's your phone number? You got a cell phone?
Yeah, 707
Okay.
832
Mm-hmm.
9008.
Okay. And what's the unit number?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
You don't know your section number, your company number?
It's on my phone,
It's on your phone.
and I have a call card
You got a
that it. Yeah.
alert? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. A data card. Okay.
I don't know.
So what's your position in your platoon?
My rank or my position?
Your position?
Gunner.
Gunner. Okay. Are you on a track or are you on a Humvee?
I'm on a striker.
A striker? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a 50 or what do you run?
240.
240 a sauna? Okay. What's your MOS?
11C.
Mortar.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
I arrived there on March 7th, 2013. Been in the military since November 7th, 2012.
So you had 4 months down at Fort Benning
Yeah.
for infantry basic and all that shit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you've been there since March. Did you go down range? Did you get deployed?
When I got back, they just got back from deployment, so.
Oh, they just got back.
Yeah, we haven't,
You haven't rotated again since?
no.
Okay. So, where did they go?
Where in Afghanistan?
Oh, they went to Afghanistan.
They went to
Okay.
Afghanistan,
Okay. Are you scheduled to deploy again? Have you heard anything about that? Nobody's given
Nothing.
warning orders?
Nothing,
that-
at least until, we're booked up until like June and July time next year.
What do you mean booked?
We
Range
have, we have
rotation?
we have training rotations booked all the way till July.
Gunnery rotations?
Gunnery from here to NTC, Southern California, to
Yeah.
Idaho, and Yakima.
Right.
That's, we haven't been told otherwise besides that. They had an op order like a month and a half ago that told us all about it. And that's as far as we know.
So gunneries through July of 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. No pending deployment
No.
so far. And what's your rank now?
E4.
Specialist?
Yes.
Okay. Any other skill identifiers or additional schooling that you've been to? No armor schooling, nothing like that. You haven't been to any training except your basic qualifications, your gunnery training, no advanced training.
Yeah, I've just done gunnery training. I've just trained on the weapons.
Okay, but nothing. You haven't gone to any schools or anything like that.
No.
Okay. Have you put in for any schools?
Yes.
What'd you put in for?
Air assault and ranger.
Yeah, you put in already? And you had got your 4187 back or not?
No, they didn't put me through because they said I was too young.
Right. Okay. So they didn't even forward your 4187.
It got up to brigade level and they said that I was too young.
Okay.
Brigade level.
All right. Okay. You put in for Ranger and air assault But you did not put in for airborne school?
No,
Why not?
I just wasn't interested.
It's kind of tough to get through Ranger school without having been airborne qualified. You know, because you got a job.
Yeah, well, they do. They send you to airborne after Ranger school now.
Really?
Yeah.
Not in my day. You gotta do a little jumping. Alrighty. So, you grew up in Wairika the whole time? You never lived anyplace
Yeah.
else?
No, I was born in Eureka, California,
Yeah.
and I lived there.
Spelled Y-R-E-K-A, right?
No, it's not Eureka. It's Eureka. It's E-U-R-E-K-A.
Oh, okay. It's the other one. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Eureka Arcade area.
Okay.
And I lived in Eureka Arcade and McKinleyville area. It's all up one pretty much big town, and I lived there pretty much my entire life.
What's the closest town to that bigger town?
To Eureka,
Yeah.
Arcata.
Arcata. How far is Sonoma? Is it near there?
Sonoma's south.
Yeah.
It's a couple hours
A
south.
couple hours south. Okay. So you're almost in Oregon.
Yeah, I'm about an hour and a half away from.
Closer to weed and all that action?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Didn't they just have, what they had in there? Fires or something? Yeah, fire. Big fire, like 159 houses or something in weed got burned up.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, just the last couple of weeks. So, since you were born, you lived in Wairika till you graduated from high school, or what?
Yeah, I graduated high school at Arcata High,
Okay.
and
You never lived anyplace else? Same parents, mom and dad?
well, they split up when I was younger.
When did they split up?
When I think I was probably 8.
They divorced?
Or 9. They got a divorce,
Mm-hmm.
and my mom remarried.
Mhm.
My dad did not.
So who'd you live with?
I went back and forth evenly.
Okay, you went back and forth.
I lived with my parents my entire life.
You lived with your parents?
Yeah, until I went to the military.
Which parents?
My mother and my father. I went back and forth until I left to go to the army.
What was the last house but your mom and dad split up, you said?
Yeah,
Right.
but they both lived in the same area.
Okay.
Yes.
In Eureka or Arcata or what?
Yeah, they both lived in Arcata.
Okay. What'd your dad do? What do you do for a living?
He was a pipe fitter
Yeah.
for Simpson and Evergreen Pulp.
Okay.
And then my mom was a hairdresser and a business owner.
She had her own salon or something?
She owned her own clothing business.
Oh, okay. How did that affect you when they divorced? Is that a bad thing for you?
I think it was good for the both of them.
Really?
I had healthy parents after that, I think.
Really? What
Yeah.
was the problem between them? Was there a drug issue with one or the other or something, or what?
I think my mother was just not a very trustworthy person
Oh, really?
and wasn't very good with money, I think.
Oh, really?
But she got better after
Yeah.
some time.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Did you rack up a lot of debt or something for your dad?
Yeah, I think she did.
Yeah. That kind of caused a lot of friction, finances?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any siblings?
Yeah.
What do you have? Brothers, sisters?
I have an older sister,
That's it?
and I have a younger brother.
Okay. How much older is your sister?
We're all 4 years. So my sister is 4 years older than I am. She's 24.
Okay. What'd she do?
She just turned 24. She is I guess she tests products for PetSmart, so she tests them with real animals before they actually go into the store.
Oh. Okay.
And then my younger brother just turned 16
Mm-hmm.
in June.
So you still in high school in Arcata?
No, when I left to the military,
Mm-hmm.
my mother moved to Park City, Utah.
Oh, that's a difference.
Yeah, I thought we were just talking before I was.
Well,
18.
no, just getting the story.
Yeah, when I went to the military, my mom moved with my little brother, to Park City, Utah, and then my father moved to San Jose, California,
Yeah.
and they still live in those same places now.
Okay. What was the big draw to Park City, Utah for your mom?
Say that again.
What was the
please?
big draw to Park City, Utah for your mom? You said she got remarried, right?
Yeah, but about, I think it was 5 years later, she got a divorce again, and she hasn't remarried since.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah. Then she moved to Park City. She moved to Park City because she liked the area. She'd been there before, and she has friends that have moved there.
Okay. All right. Sometimes marriage is not for people, you know. Sometimes it's not a good thing. All right. And dad's never remarried, you said, and he's in San Jose.
Yeah, he has a girlfriend, but they aren't married. Yeah, and he lives in Morgan Hill, which is right. Yeah, it's in San Jose area.
Have you been down there?
Yeah, I've been to his house before. I visit and talk to my parents very frequently.
Yeah. I grew up down there too.
My dad was just up here visiting me like a week before I went out, so 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, I grew up in Salinas, right down the road.
Oh.
There. Yeah. Okay. So did you go right? You must have gone right after high school, huh?
Yeah,
Like that summer right after you graduated.
yeah, I had about July, August, September, October. Yeah, I had about 5 months
5 months before you got
in
married.
between my graduation and me leaving for basic training.
And what did you do? Were you working at all?
Yeah, my friend, his family owns a kitchen, and my aunt owns a catering business.
Mm-hmm.
So when they needed a hand, I'd help out
Mm-hmm.
because I like to cook.
Nothing steady though.
No, I
No,
don't really need anything steady.
Not like a 40s kind of drink. You go to school or anything? For college or anything like that?
No, I was gonna start college once I got to the Army.
Okay. Have you done that?
I haven't started it.
Done it no online or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. And you're married now, right?
Yes.
Okay. How long you been married?
Since March 7th, 2013.
Was that like the day you arrived here?
Yeah, well, the day I graduated was March 7th, and I got married March 7th. That's from basic training.
So did you guys get married down in Georgia, or?
Yeah, the actual day I got to, I think it was that day or the next day, because I remember when I graduated, they put me on a plane that day,
Yeah.
and I flew out reported that day.
Yep. So did your wife fly with
So
you?
I think it was like March 8th, but like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. So did your wife fly with you?
No, she flew back when I left, or no, when I went to basic training, and my mom moved to Park City.
Yeah.
She was my girlfriend then,
Mm-hmm.
but we've been together, and she went with my mom and lived with her.
Oh, okay.
Because it was just better, it was more healthy for her.
Oh, okay.
And she lived with her for the 4 some odd months that I was in training.
All right.
And then when I graduated, they flew out to my graduation. We got married, and she went back to Park City, and then I went to Fort Lewis,
Okay.
JBLM by myself. And I was here for a couple of weeks, just getting everything situated before
Right.
she came.
Yep.
And then she came, and we moved into our own place.
Been there, done that a few times. Okay. So, how long were you guys together before you got married? I mean, dating.
We were actually only dating like 3 months before that.
3 months.
Yeah.
So during you kind of struck up a relationship again during.
It was right after I graduated. I met her.
Okay.
Right after I graduated high school, I met her
Okay.
because I already knew her family,
Right.
and her cousin was one of my best friends when I was growing up.
Okay. All right. So, high school education, that's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And the only other employment you've had throughout your history is some part-time stuff?
Yeah, it was no steady job.
Okay. Part-time caterer, does that make sense?
Yeah, I just did some random cooking jobs here and there for school.
Did you ever work at a restaurant or anything like that?
I mean, I worked at like my buddy's restaurant for like a day or two,
Yeah.
just to help him out with the helping hand.
Yeah, yeah.
It was more just helping out.
Okay. What kind of restaurant do you have?
What kind of restaurant did his family have?
Yeah,
It was it's like a country and breakfast store.
Yeah.
It's like,
diner?
yeah, it's called the Country Store, so it's
Yeah.
just homemade country goods. It's
Uh-huh.
all homemade.
Alright. That's in Arcata.
Yeah.
You were arrested when you were juvenile at all?
I've never got a ticket, never arrested.
Never arrested? Smoking weed, stealing anything, breaking anything?
No,
Never.
never done anything like that.
What'd you do in high school? I mean, play any sports?
Yeah, I wrestled
Okay.
year round my entire time I was in high school.
Wrestled?
Yeah,
Varsity? All that stuff?
Yeah, I was on varsity and I was the what do you call it, like the team coach for my junior and senior year.
Okay. Team, a captain?
Yeah, I was the captain. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Alright.
wrestled collegiate, freestyle, and Greco
Okay. Alright.
pretty much the whole time.
Any other sports?
Wrestling was year round.
Okay, that's it, just wrestling.
Yeah, there was only like a 2-month break.
Oh, okay. Just training. Alright. No juvenile difficulties at all? Never?
No, I've never been arrested. I've never gotten a ticket when I was younger.
Did you drive?
Yeah, I drove.
Since you were 16?
Yeah, when I turned 16, I got a pickup truck.
Okay.
I got a license, but
How'd you pay for that?
my mom did it for me.
Your mom paid for it? Okay.
Yeah, and I would just pretty much just help her out whichever she needed it.
What kind of truck do you have?
It was a Ford F-150.
Okay. What year?
It was a 06.
That's a pretty nice truck.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do anything to it?
No, it came with like tires. And
Pretty nice looking. Okay. Alright. Have you ever taken any CVSA or polygraph before?
This no.
No? Not for a security clearance or anything like that?
No.
Do you have security clearance?
I have like a basic security clearance, but
Secret or what?
all it is so I can use the electronics that are in our trucks.
Okay.
Because apparently you have to have that basic level security clearance to be
Right.
able to use like some computer systems that are inside the truck.
Right. Never been to jail or locked up or
I've
been
never
to
been
youth
inside
camp
a
or
cell.
nothing like that?
Never. I've never
Okay.
done anything like that.
Okay. Any crimes that are undetected? Everybody does something.
No. I mean, I've drank alcohol
Okay.
underage.
So you drink, MIP, okay. Never smoked any weed or anything like that? Never took ecstasy,
No, I've never
Nothing.
done pills before in my entire life.
nothing like
I think I
that?
smoked when I was like in high school a couple times.
Little weed, okay.
Yeah, but I wasn't like a pothead or anything.
Right, that wasn't something you're into, you're an athlete. Anything else? I mean, just alcohol?
I smoke cigarettes on occasion. when I was
Cigarettes?
of
Well,
age.
okay, I'm talking about criminal stuff.
No.
Never stole anything?
No.
Never?
No.
Not took a pen from anything from the unit? I mean, these aren't the chargeable things, these are just things that you did and maybe weren't detected.
No, I mean, I was given random stuff sometimes, like
Like, that you thought were probably taken. So you possess stolen property?
not that, no, I don't think so.
Not that you're aware of? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What else? Nothing?
No.
You
The
did?
only time I got something from the military, like I remember I got a box one time, they were throwing it away in the
Box of
dumpster.
what?
It was like just a metal box, like just
Like an ammo can?
No, it was just like a metal, like it wasn't an ammo can, it was like a clamp box.
A clamp box.
Yeah, they were throwing them away because we found a bunch of them, they're all dented and rusty.
Okay. So besides alcohol and weed, that's it? No larceny, no malicious mischief, never egged anybody's house, nothing like that? TP'd anybody's lawn?
I think I egged a house one time when I was in high school.
Okay. No TP in people's houses, anything like that?
I think that came with the egging.
Okay, TPing, okay. All right.
That was back when I was like 14 or something.
Yeah. This is where it starts to get a little sticky. So, from the beginning, again, all right, and I know you've said this many times tonight, start out your day for me. When did you guys get back from Yakima? Back to
Do you want
you.
me to start from when I woke up, or?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Start.
This morning I woke up at 4:30.
Where?
I had a 4:30 wake up call in Yakima. We had they let us have the barracks for 2 nights before we went back home, so we could shower.
Okay.
And so woke up, We went to the motor pool, which is about a couple blocks away.
Mhm.
Loaded up our trucks, got them so they were good to roll on the roads.
Do you guys railhead or do you guys drive back?
We drove back.
Mm-hmm.
It was about a 5-hour. We SP'd at 7:30, and we got to JBLM. I think it was. We parked the truck at about 1300, so about 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the truck was officially
Okay.
off. Yeah, got all my stuff. We brought all of our weapons
Mm-hmm.
and all of our SI. We brought it back to the company after we took apart the trucks and locked them up and made sure they were secure.
SI, you're talking about special issue stuff?
Yeah, we're talking about
Radios and...
radios,
Mhm.
Dagger GPSs, compasses, our M4s.
Okay. That's part of your weapons, right? So,
Yeah,
how many weapons do you have? You have your 240,
at work I have a M4
you got an
and a
M4,
240,
right?
and then I have other gear that goes with it.
What else you got?
I have a pair of 7 Bravo night vision goggles.
Okay.
I have I signed out a PVS 7, which is it's like a night vision scope.
Yep.
And then past 13, the PVS it's actually PVS 13.
Okay.
I don't think it matters, but and then I sign out a mortar tube also.
So you got a plate and a tube?
Yeah, well, you don't sign out the plate, you just sign out the tube.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, so I have a tube that I sign out to because I'm a gunner.
Right. Where's the plate stay?
The plate stays locked up in a cage at work.
Okay. So you gotta lug that thing around? What's it weigh now?
Yeah, it weighs
80?
like, no, it's 81 mil. It's 81 millimeter tube.
Right.
So the base plate only weighs like.
Well, that's a light one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
What?
it's 81 millimeter.
How much weight then?
I can't remember.
You don't know?
I can't remember off the top of my head. The base plate weighs like 27 pounds, I think.
Oh, that's
Or
not
30
bad.
pounds.
Sure seems like I remember the guys that were humping them. They were like 80 pounds. And they
That's
jump-
probably for the 120
Yeah.
because
They're jumping those. I mean, I feel like a fucking rock. It's not good. It's no fun. Okay, so what else you got? That it?
yeah, we turned those things in.
Right.
And then after that, I went. Well,
What time do you turn in?
We turned in our weapons between 2 and 3, because when I looked up after all the weapons were turned in, I looked at my watch and it was like 3:05
Mhm.
or it was like 3 o'clock,
Okay.
and then we went outside. We all talked.
Are you in a mortar platoon?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Who's the platoon leader?
The platoon leader is First Lieutenant Huddleston.
Backtrack a little bit. When did you go to Yakima exactly?
We left on September 27th.
Not a little bit, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. just
Okay.
a couple.
All right.
And then we got back today, so the 16th.
Okay. 19 days, something like that.
Yeah, we were out in the field for 17 of those, and then 2 of them we spent in the barracks cleaning.
Right. All right. How'd you do? How'd you shoot?
Good. Majority I gun, so I don't hang the rounds. I get the gun on target so we can shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
yeah,
So how did you do?
I'm pretty fast on the gun.
Okay. So
I'm one of the faster guys we have.
do you guys got how many guys in your track or your striker?
We have 4 strikers total, so we got 4 strikers, 4 gunners, 3 AGs, 3 ABs, and 4 drivers, and then 4 squad leaders.
Okay. So 2 teams per squad, 2 vehicles per squad.
No, we run it separate, so
Right.
we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 gun.
Squads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty much squads. They're just small squads.
Right.
No bigger than 5 people, because that's all we can safely sit in a striker.
Right.
Yeah. But
Okay.
I wasn't too young now.
So you just get it on target and they hang around.
Yeah, see, if I'm doing an 81, I get the sight on the poles and I get
Right.
the gun laid in, so it's ready to hang.
Those guys are hanging too.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they just hang around. And then
Okay.
on the 120, I do the same thing.
Okay. So how did your squad shoot? 100%? What? I mean,
When we went this time, it was a MORTEP training mission, so it was
Right.
more. They wanted to do it was exams,
Mhm.
and everybody in my squad got 100% on everything.
oh, well,
No fails, anything. But this MORTEP that we just did, the mortar training, it was
Mhm.
more to find out what's wrong with our trucks,
mhm.
so they can fix it.
Right.
Like commo was the main thing, so
Mhm.
now they're gonna look at fixing commo for our trucks.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what training is, you know. Okay. But you shot pretty well. Well, how did LT feel about everything? Think everything went pretty well, or?
As far as I could tell, all the officers were happy with everybody.
How's the platoon sergeant?
Good. We just got a new platoon sergeant about. Well, it was like official about a month or.
Staff sergeant or sergeant first class?
He's a staff sergeant. We had a sergeant for first class on Zoloskowski,
Mhm.
and now we have a staff sergeant Pena.
Pena, okay.
Yeah, so it's now yeah.
What's your take on him? You okay?
Yeah, I have no
So far,
problems.
so good.
Yeah, I have no problems with anybody I work
Who's
with.
your team? Who's your TL?
My team leader?
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually the team leader.
Oh, you're
My-
TL.
Yeah, my squad leader is E5 Sergeant Winstead.
Okay. Who's your squad leader? Okay.
How they do it in the mortars is your VC is your squad leader, and then your gunner is your team leader,
Mhm.
and then it goes down to AG, AB, and driver.
Okay. All right. So you got back, got all your stuff put away between 14 and 1500. Then what?
Once we were done, we went outside and we talked, and they said, and we had a brief, and the NCOs said, gave us our safety briefs. They said, don't drink and drive, don't beat your dogs, don't beat your wife, don't hurt anybody, be careful if you're going hunting because it's
Mhm.
hunting season.
Right.
And that was it, and they let us go. And we had the company commander and first sergeant come out, and they said they were happy with our progress, that we made it more to.
Okay.
So then we left, and
Who's your first sergeant?
First sergeant Patois, P-O, let me spell it.
Yeah.
P-O-T-O-A-E, I think. I forget how it's spelled.
Okay. Looks almost like potato.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But it gets a lot of shit over there. All right. Anyway.
So anyways, we were off, and
So do you have a car now?
yeah, well, my wife was waiting for me to pick me up.
She has a car.
Yeah, we have a truck,
Okay.
and she was waiting in the parking lot across the street to pick me up.
Wife's name is Danielle, right?
Yeah, well, her middle name's Danielle, and that's what I call her.
What's her?
Her first name is Tara.
T-A-R-A.
Tarrah.
Okay. And she's waiting to pick up in the truck.
Yeah, and
What kind of truck do you guys have?
it's a 2009 Toyota Tacoma.
Is it there at the apartment?
Yeah, it's in our parking spot.
Are they designated by numbers there?
Yeah, they're
says-
designated by
It says
numbers.
parking for 301 or something?
It just has numbers on it.
301.
You get a number. It doesn't say 301 on it.
Oh, it says
just
something
has-
else.
Yeah, it just has a random number.
Okay. What's your assigned number?
I can't remember if you.
What color is the truck?
It's tan.
Hmm. Is it California plates or Washington plates?
It's got Washington plates.
How long you had it?
I just got it like a couple weeks before I went to Yakima.
Who's it registered to?
It's registered to me.
Okay. All right.
So,
You guys go directly home or?
yeah, so I got my stuff in the truck, and yeah, I jumped in the truck, and we drove home, and yeah, we were just catching up and talking, and she was really happy to see me, and I was really happy to see her. And,
Okay.
So we got home, and I wanted to order a pizza.
Time you guys get home? Yeah.
Gosh, once I got home, I really wasn't even looking at time.
Pretty close to 4.
It was probably 3:30, 3:45.
Okay.
So, yeah, around there.
Okay.
Got home. I immediately, all the stuff, all my TA50, I took it all on the back porch because it stunk.
Yeah.
And
That'll happen after a month.
yeah, and I have 2 dogs,
Mhm.
so Danielle let them out so they could come say hi to me, and I was on the back porch and they came and said hi to me.
What kind of dogs you have?
I have it's like a 1.5-year-old, he's almost 2 actually. It's like a little rat terrier,
Okay.
just a little lap dog.
Right.
And then I have like an 8-month-old black snout hound.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Those 2 are it.
Like a black face, like a mastiff, or what?
Yeah, he looks like a massive kind of. He's blonde, but he has a big snout, and just his snout's black.
Right. How big is he?
He's probably. I haven't put him on a scale before, but because he grows like every week.
Mm-hmm.
But he's probably like between 60 and 80 pounds right now.
Yeah, he'll be big.
Yeah, he's probably like 60. He's probably like 60 something pounds.
Well, I have a girl. Old English is 145.
Yeah, that's big.
At 2, yeah. Big girl.
Yeah.
All right, so you see the dogs, you dump your T50 there. Now what happens?
Yeah, dumped my TA50 outside. Then I went in. I was just kind of messing around with the dogs, and we sat down for a little bit. Me and my wife were just talking about her work and
Where's she working?
another thing they had on the report that they made a big deal out of. But on the way home, she told me, "Hey, I got you some alcohol."
Okay.
And I was like, "Oh, okay." She got me some the cinnamon fireball.
She got your Fireball? What
Yeah.
about the Jack Daniels that's in there?
Is Jack Daniels in there?
Yeah.
Is it an empty bottle?
Yeah.
Is it up on top?
They found it in there someplace.
Yeah, it's probably from a party I
Just
had like a
old.
couple months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you dumped the Fireball today?
Yeah.
Okay. So we sat down. She said she bought the Fireball on the way, so she knew.
This is while we're driving that she brought this up.
Right.
And with what they said, and I wasn't really knowing about, but
We'll kind of get back to that in a minute, but okay. So when you get home, you sat down. Did she fix you a drink or something? Is that what you're getting to?
What? So
Did she fix you a drink or tell you after she told you about the Fireball? You guys got home.
Yeah,
you
she
sit
got
and
me a
talk?
Red Bull too, and
You drink Red Bull and Fireball?
yeah,
Together?
I don't usually drink any of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But somebody told when I was in Yakima, somebody told me that if you mix the 2 together, like a little dash of Fireball and some
Yeah.
Red Bull, it tastes good.
Okay. What do you call that?
Crap.
Crap?
Tastes
You
terrible.
don't dig it? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what Red Bull and Fireball would taste like.
Yeah, but I was digging the Red Bull because I was really, really tired.
Okay.
So on the way home, she told me she got me that Fireball, and
Right.
we're underage, and I asked her, "Hey, where'd you get it?" And she said, "Oh, well, I had my coworker get it."
Okay.
And
Who's that?
I don't know. I've never met them before.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I said, "Oh, okay." And then she brought up that she had bought that coworker's wife some roses or flowers. She said
Right.
flowers. She didn't say. She said
I
flowers.
heard about that part, yeah.
Yeah, and she said it was because she had a baby and she's been being kept up a lot and like wasn't feeling very good.
Right.
So
Did she mention that on the way?
yeah, she kind of just brought that up because I asked her where she got the alcohol from,
Mm-hmm.
and so yeah.
Okay. All right, so you're sitting down there talking.
So I didn't think too much of it, but they brought something up that I didn't
We'll
know.
get to that part. Let's just try to keep on the natural progression of
Okay.
what happened, the chronological sequence there.
Okay.
So you're sitting there talking to your wife. She fix you a drink, or you just go
This
get
is,
it?
we're talking on the way. Oh yeah,
I
then we got
know,
home
but
and
you
then
got home.
did the dog thing, and then we were
Yep.
sitting on the couch and we were just kind of talking.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I went and made it myself.
Yeah, yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
After
Yeah,
she told you about it.
What?
After she told you about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yes, did that. We were talking, and I was just. Yeah, I was curious about her work because she got a job with a company called Granite Transformations.
Where's that at?
Well, it's like a global company, but they're just not opening up a branch in the SeaTac area.
Where, how long she been there?
Well, she got the job like I want to say 2 weeks before I went to Yakima.
Okay.
So probably about 2 weeks before the 27th. And, sorry, I feel really sick.
Okay. Are you gonna throw up?
Before I get in the story, I keep thinking I am.
There's a trash can there. If you need to grab it, move it closer to you. Do you need
So, no, I'm good for right
that?
now.
Okay.
Anyway, so I was like, oh, well, show me. So we have 2 bedrooms. We have one bedroom is set up like for a computer, and like
Yep.
if we have a guest, they can stay in there. It's where I keep like some of my hunting stuff.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, I went there and she was showing me some stuff on the computer because she makes like the people that do the transmissions will like take videos of them doing it.
Yeah.
And then my wife goes in, she'll cut it up and like make a little snippet video of like how it's done and begin.
Oh, is that her job? She does
Before now.
graphic.
Well, no, she does a
Video
little bit.
graphics?
Like that was just something she got tasked to do was to make that.
Right.
But I think she does like sales.
Oh.
She did like sales,
Okay.
and she worked with like the manager and stuff.
Okay.
Kinda went around with them, but she was moving around a lot. It seemed like.
What do you mean?
Well,
Move
when-
around within the company, or?
Like just going all over town. I feel like
Okay.
right when they first started, she had to go to like a class that was
Right.
up in Everett,
Right.
and she had to go there twice.
Okay.
The day after.
Did you stand over up there, or she had to
No,
drive?
she drove back as far as I know, but I was out of town when she did that.
Oh, okay.
That was. That was the weekend that I left to go to Yakima.
Okay.
That she went to go do that.
Okay.
But she'd been doing some stuff with them before, like she'd been talking to the owners before that.
Right.
Anyway, so we went there, we were talking about it, and I just wanted her to show me what she was doing. Her boss like gave her a couple books to read, and
Okay.
and so I was just looking at the books, and I was just watching her doing these videos, and I watched some videos, and we were talking, and one thing led to another. We ended up having sex in our spare bedroom.
So is that where the computer is?
Yeah, that's where the computer is.
Okay. So is there a bed in there as well?
Yeah, I have a
Or a
bed.
futon, or what?
No, it's like a twin or like a double or like a queen size,
Okay.
whatever you want to call that, like a queen. So, anyways, but yeah, we've been there for like in case
Okay.
somebody needs a place to stay.
Okay.
Or whatever.
Yeah. It's bedroom had sex. Okay. Anything
And then-
specific about that? Anything unusual?
About the sex?
Yeah. I mean, anything, you know?
No, it was good.
Just fine. Okay.
Yeah. We really don't get crazy. We're pretty lovey.
Okay. All right.
So, and then after that, I went and took a shower,
Okay.
and she went back to the computer and just started doing a little bit of work, and she was calling some clients or employees or somebody that she works with to set up some sort of schedule. Anyways, yeah, she was doing that, and
Client or a coworker?
I don't know. I think she said clients,
Okay.
but I don't really know.
Okay.
She was talking to somebody about the business. I don't know what is.
What was the context of that conversation?
What?
What was the context of that conversation? Do you recall?
Oh, I said I was gonna go take a shower. She's like, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna go.
I got that, but did you walk in on that conversation?
No, I didn't listen to her on the phone.
You didn't
That's
hear-
when I was in the
You
shower.
didn't hear any of that?
No.
Okay. So when you get out of the shower, what happens?
I got out of the shower. I dried off, put some lotion on, some cologne, went and got some PJs. And right then, when that happened, before we had sex, while we were talking and stuff, I ordered a pizza on Domino's app.
Okay.
And so, well, first I ordered it and they didn't send it out, so then I had to call them again
Okay.
and redo it. So by the time I got out of the shower, like literally right after I got out of the shower,
Okay.
the pizza guy came and I went and got the pizza, and then
Okay.
me and her just hung out. I was sitting with the dogs. We got some pizza and we started watching like G.I. Jane
Okay.
and like some other stuff on TV.
Okay.
But G.I. Jane what I was watching, and like
On what was that? Was just on TV?
yeah, it was like
Yeah,
on
what-
I think it was like on AMC or something.
Okay.
But yeah,
So when do you stop watching TV?
oh,
Where's your wife at that point in time?
at that, okay, so after dinner she went back in the room, and she was on the computer, whatever, and then she went from that room to the bedroom, and while I'm out of town, I haven't done this before, but this time I left her a firearm.
Mm-hmm. Did you take her shooting before?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think, I mean, she knew how to use it. I brought her shooting like a few times, so she knew how to use
Which
it.
firearm did you leave her?
It was a AR-15 that I'd got her for her birthday.
What kind of AR-15?
It was a DPMS 5.56.
Anything specific about that?
No, I put some, I had like blue,
Foregrips or pistol grip or
it
what?
had blue furniture on it,
Yeah.
like blue mossy oak furniture, because she likes the color teal blue.
Mossy oak type stuff.
Yeah, it was like a blue teal camo.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
so yeah, I left her that.
Okay.
And so she was in the room and I was watching TV, and she went to the other room
Okay.
and she grabbed the rifle and she brought it to the bedroom. I mean, not my bedroom, the
Spare.
the spare bedroom. And while she was doing that, she told me, "Hey, you can put this away. I don't need it anymore because I'm home." So I was just sitting there with the dog, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, okay, I'll do it in a minute." Like I wasn't really paying attention.
Okay.
And then, a few minutes later, I was just like, "Oh, I'll go do that right now." And I went in the room, and I just, I was just gonna do it real quick because
Where did you come from then?
I was sitting in the living room watching that movie.
Okay.
And she brought the rifle back in the spare bedroom.
Right. And did she just call out to you, "Hey, can you put this away?"
Yeah, she's like, "Hey, can you put this away? I don't need
Okay.
it where you're home."
Okay.
And then I didn't do it right away. I sat there for like
Okay.
5-10 minutes. I was still watching the movie.
All right.
And then I got up, and then whatever, I got up like 5-10 minutes later.
Mhm.
I went into the spare bedroom, and I just like,
Where's she?
she's sitting, at that point, she's sitting in the office chair.
Okay.
And yeah, she's sitting in the office chair just looking at the computer. I don't know what she was doing. I saw granite transformations on the computer.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what she was doing. So I and in between there, the status of the weapon, when I left on the 27th of September,
Right.
the magazines were not in the weapon, and the weapon was not charged. It was not loaded.
There's nothing in the chamber.
There's nothing in the chamber. I left it
Okay.
that way, and it was in her closet in the bedroom.
So how was it when you went to retrieve it and put it away?
When I went to retrieve it, it had she had the magazine. There's a bird cage on the side.
Mhm.
She had the magazine in the bird cage.
Okay.
Yeah, and I saw that, and I wasn't really thinking, but it didn't really click that she probably put the magazines in the weapon while I was gone.
Yeah.
And
You didn't ask her?
no, I didn't ask. I just insinuated.
Mm-hmm.
So I go in the bedroom and I grab the rifle, and I just take the magazine out of the bird cage, and I put it up like this, not even aware of where I was even pointing it. And I thought it was empty already, so
Okay, so let me make sure.
yeah.
We've gone through this a couple of times, and it took about 2 hours for those guys to get you from you holding at your thigh, like kind of down at your waist, and
I
level
was
with the
so
ground.
distraught when it first brought me in here. I didn't even.
Okay, to a point where you actually shoulder the weapon
Yeah, I had it like this, and I was
and put
just.
it in the fire position and pull the trigger. And it happens to be oriented toward your wife's head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, all right, I got that part. So we all know that as a result of your actions, for whatever the intent, that you shot your wife. We got that part.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. So she gets. Just tell me what you did.
So I picked up the weapon.
Mhm.
I picked up the weapon, put it on fire, pulled the trigger,
Okay.
thinking that it was empty because
Okay.
that's how I left it.
Okay.
Not thinking my basic rules of the firearm.
Now, where's the weapon at that point in time? How were you holding it? Like you
Just
normally-
like I wasn't looking down the sights. I wasn't even looking at Danielle. I was looking down like at the top of the weapon, like
Okay.
this. And I just held up like this, and I looked at the safety selector. I put it on fire and just fired.
Have you done any training in Mock City, over at Ranger Battalion, or anything like that?
No.
You never used it. You know what I'm talking about? The
Which
Mock
one?
City, in military operations in urban terrain, where you do building searches and do
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
I've done some when like in basic training.
But you haven't done anything since you've been a permanent party.
We don't
You guys are
as a
strikers.
permanent party.
Yeah.
Not really. When I go shoot on my personal time, it's usually with like a hunting rifle.
I got
It's
you.
like-
But what I'm saying is, during the course of your action, how were you trained to clear buildings and shoot? How do you do that?
At the low ready.
At the low ready. Okay, so like this, so you can point shoot. You're not really especially aiming, right? You're just center
Yes,
mass there on your freaking vest, right, on your heavy vest, and you're
Yes,
ready to
sir.
go up gun and get rounds on target, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you're holding it right there? That's what I'm asking you.
When I was inside of my house.
When you're getting ready to, yeah, you're clear.
When I was inside of my house, I did not have the weapon at a low ready.
Okay, so it's up way up here.
Yeah, it was like it was on my shoulder. It was up on the upper part of my body. I think it was.
Is
on
it
my
sit at
shoulder.
the center, or is it up in your shoulder pocket?
I think it was like right here up in my
In
shoulder.
your shoulder pocket.
Yeah, and yeah. So I put it right there.
Okay,
Down the
okay.
safety selector.
Now, the problem for me,
Yeah.
you know, because obviously I've shot a long time, all right?
Yeah.
So, you know, my last job was the operations sergeant major at MP Battalion, right? So I've been around weapons a long time. And all I've done in my whole life since I was 19 years old has been a copper, been an MP, right?
Mm-hmm.
My problem is that I've got somebody who's putting their weapon in their shoulder pocket, which indicates that, hey, that's a point aim freaking position. Or, you know, if you're trained like this,
Yeah.
you know, clearing buildings, I get that part, you know, and you're even if you're just putting it in your chest as a matter of practice, and you're like, bunk, you know, and you're clearing it, I get that part, you know. And you're telling me what I'm seeing during that interview is that, hey, I've cleared weapons, I know how to clear weapons, but yet I made this fatal error.
Yes, I did.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Is that you understand? And what happens after that?
Somebody was killed.
Okay, I got that part. What happens after that? What do you do?
What I do after that happened?
Yes, sir.
I immediately freaked out. I looked down and I saw there was a casing on the ground. I saw my wife.
Where was that casing located?
It was, I think it must have hit the wall and just went right down on the ground right in front of me.
Inside the bedroom or out in the hall?
I think it was in the bedroom.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It's not in the bedroom.
Where's it
It's
at?
out in the fucking hall.
I must have
That's
kicked
the
it.
problem.
I must have kicked it then.
And maybe, or was in the position you thought, or you weren't in the position you're telling me you were in.
No, when
This is kind of eject out to the right, right? If you're pointing toward a
When I
person.
walked into the bedroom, as you walk into the spare bedroom, it's kind of a small bedroom, so the bed is kind of close to the door.
Right.
I grabbed the rifle right off the bed, and I was just kind of like in the doorway, halfway between the bed and the doorway,
Mhm.
and that's where my weapon error happened.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what do you do after that? After your wife is shot, you see that it appears to be a fatal injury. I'm guessing, is that a correct assumption?
Yes.
Okay. She's shot how? What is her extent of her injuries at that time?
I'd seen that she was shot.
Tell me what you saw.
I didn't see the wound right away, but I did see that she was like this and her head was like that, and she was like.
And what side of her head?
Well, she was leaning on the right side.
Was she shot through the right side?
I didn't know she was shot on the right side until after I left the room. I took the rifle and I threw it on the ground in the closet.
What did you do when you left the room?
That's what I did.
That's what you did.
I turned around. I threw the rifle in the closet.
In your primary bedroom.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was and I went back to the spare bedroom, and there was the magazine, and I think there was like another one that she had there, and I sweeped it off the bed and I kicked it under the bed. I don't know why I did that, but I did. And
Okay.
and at that point I did look at Danielle.
Back up for me just a second, make sure I got this right. So once you threw the weapon in the closet in your bedroom,
Yes.
where you sleep,
Yeah.
right, in your closet, you came back to the spare bedroom. There's a magazine on the bed, is that correct?
Yeah, when I picked it up, when she brought it into the room, it had that magazine in the.
That was in the birdcage.
Yeah, and there was another one that was like on the bed. I don't know, like. She must have had that with her or
Were
something.
both of them on the bed or just one?
They're both on the bed. Yeah,
Okay.
but there was that one that was in the birdcage, and I took it off the birdcage and I put it on the bed. I took it out of the birdcage and I put it on the bed.
Right, so there's two magazines on the bed at that time.
Yeah, because she had two.
Right.
There was probably more.
Probably the one that came out of the magazine well, right? If she took
Yeah.
one out,
Yeah,
and if she had obviously chambered around,
yeah.
yeah, okay. All right, and you swept them underneath of it?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that, but I went like this. I shoved them off the bed and kicked them underneath the bed.
Okay.
And
Kicked under the bed.
yeah, I went like this cup. I just went like that, and I kicked it.
Okay, and then what happens next?
And then I looked over at her. I didn't touch her yet.
Okay.
I looked at her,
Mhm.
and
Did you say anything?
I said her name a
Okay.
few times. The whole time I was saying her name.
Calling Danielle?
Yeah. But right there, I was like yelling it. But I was saying it,
Right.
and I'd seen the.
How many times did you call her name?
Oh gosh, from beginning to end, before I left the scene, probably 100 times.
Okay. All right.
I was saying it a lot.
How loud?
I was whispering and I was yelling it and I screamed it a couple times, and it was just like I was like saying it to myself. I was like Danielle, like that. And,
So you're telling me you're whispering it
I was.
because you're
whispering.
distraught, and then you start yelling it
I was-
because maybe the emotion and circumstances
I was
just
up
get to
and,
you.
yeah, I was just up and down, up and down.
Is it loud enough for the neighbors to hear? Do you think?
Yeah, I think
Yeah?
they must
What?
have heard me say it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Then what happens?
When I looked over, or after the magazine thing happened, I looked at her
Mm-hmm.
and I noticed that I saw the wound,
Mm-hmm.
and I just I didn't know what to do when that happened. I noticed that she had been shot in the head on the right side.
Okay.
I
Did you see
felt-
the exit wound?
I didn't see the actual wound, but I saw I didn't see like the actual hole, but I saw like the. I don't know. I didn't see like the actual hole, but I saw like the area.
The blood, where the blood mass was?
Yeah.
Okay. Any exit for her face or head on the front?
I think it was right like here.
Around her left or right arm?
Her right, but if you
Okay.
looked at it, her it'd be her left.
Okay. Any other damage to the wall? Anything else that you saw where the round might have gone after that? Did you see it? Did it hit the computer, anything like that?
No, I didn't look at where the round went after that.
Okay. You don't know if it hit the computer? You don't
No,
remember seeing the computer?
I don't know
You
where.
remember seeing the computer damage?
No.
Okay.
I
All right.
don't remember seeing. I didn't look at. The only thing I saw was the blood.
Okay.
That was the only.
And then what?
And then for some reason, I thought, oh my gosh, I have alcohol now in the house, and I went and I grabbed that.
Is it just one bottle?
Yeah, it was the.
Where did you put that bottle?
I threw it.
Where?
Like when I went out to my porch and I just like threw it. I don't remember.
Off the balcony?
Yeah.
Threw it off the balcony.
Yeah.
Just out in the bushes someplace? Where'd it
I
land?
don't remember. I just kind of
On
like
the grass,
I just
or-
kind of tossed it. I don't remember what direction.
Okay. All right. Then what? Somebody knocking on your door?
Yeah, at that point, somebody was knocking on my door as when I went back before I went out to the porch.
Right.
After I saw Danielle, I went to the kitchen, I grabbed that bottle, I went to the bathroom, I poured it out, and then I flushed it twice.
Okay.
And then I went out through the bottle, and while I was flushing, I heard the people knocking on the door, my next door neighbors. And yeah, I threw that bottle, and my dog, my hound dog,
Mm-hmm.
chased me out there. Not like scared, but he like ran out there and he was like hiding on the porch.
Okay.
And my little dog was hiding somewhere
Did you put
else.
the dogs on the porch and close the slider?
What?
Did you put the dogs on the porch and close the slider when you answered the door, or what?
No, I just left the slider open.
Okay.
My dogs don't mean any harm. They wouldn't do
Okay.
anything, so I wasn't worried about them.
I didn't know if you wanted to jump on the neighbors or, you know. Okay. Anyway. So did you answer the door eventually?
Yeah, after I threw that bottle, I answered the door.
Mm-hmm. And what'd you tell her?
It was my next door neighbor. It was a male. It was
Ken.
he was wearing a white shirt.
Is he a military guy?
I think he's military.
Ken, do you know his name?
I don't remember his name.
Okay.
But apparently they said that they came in here, that the guy that knocked on my door, might have come in here and did a report or something, so I don't remember his name.
Don't worry about what he said. I want to know what you experienced. I don't care about anybody else at this one time. We'll get to that part.
I guess fine. But yeah, I answered the door and he said he heard a gunshot, and and he asked if everything's okay, and then I just looked at him and I said, no, everything's not okay, my wife's hurt. And,
Okay.
and he's like, is she okay? And I'm like, I didn't even know what to do. And I was freaking out, and
Okay, this is very important. What did you tell him at that point in time? Because I'm going to tell you, that's a sticking point for me.
I think I might have said that she was cleaning her rifle, but I don't know why I said that, because I wasn't trying to cover that up. Like, I don't know why I said that, but they said I said that, and I must have said that. If they said I said that, I probably said it, because I don't remember. But I do remember right between that time when he's at the door, my body, I went like limp and I fell on the ground.
You fainted?
Yeah, I knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking
You
still,
just fell down?
but my body just like gave out. And then I got up right after that, and
After you close the door or before?
no, the door automatically closes if there's somebody not holding it.
Okay, so after you closed the door with the neighbor, you fell down? Is that right?
No, he was holding the door open.
Oh, okay, he was holding the door open.
Yeah, and then
You fall in the front of him?
yeah,
Okay,
like once I realized what I did, and he was talking to me, and then
okay.
so
How would you describe him? White male, black male?
he was a white male, probably 6'1",
Mm-hmm.
probably
Heavy, medium, what?
heavy, probably 215, 220.
Okay. Okay. Brown hair, blonde hair, what?
I think he was like short blonde.
Short blonde? Okay.
And then his wife was outside too, but she was like I didn't really get
On the landing?
Yeah, she was like probably 5'9", probably like 5'9".
Okay. Where do they live?
They live directly across
Directly across.
the door, directly in front of mine.
And you don't know their name?
No, I met him once before, but I can't remember because.
Okay. All right.
And then, but yeah, and then after I fell, I got up and I realized what happened. And I went into the room. I started crying, and I grabbed the right side of her head, And
Where's your neighbor at this one time?
he didn't come in the house. He was.
What did he say to you?
I can't remember what he said to me. Oh, I remember he asked me if she was okay, and I said no, I think she's gone. And that's all I can remember him saying.
Okay.
And then I asked his wife, because she was on the phone, I was like, "You calling the cops?" And she said, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, good." And but this is after I fainted, and I walked, and everything snapped, and I walked into the room, and I started crying, and I grabbed Danielle on the right side of the head, and I cut my finger on, I think, bone fragment on her head.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd seen what I did, and I was just holding her. I looked at her face, and there was no response, and she wasn't breathing. There wasn't anything, and
Yeah.
I just started whispering Danielle, and then
And what?
that's it.
Did you walk down to police?
Yeah, and then I walked downstairs to.
Did the police call you out?
No, they didn't have to call me out. I immediately, I heard sirens outside,
Mm-hmm.
and I walked downstairs, and I was sitting on the landing with the neighbor's wife, and I was making sure that those were the cops that she called, and so I went downstairs because I saw I think it was I think it was 3 police officers, and they had their weapons drawn,
Right.
and I put my hands up,
Right.
and they handcuffed me, and I didn't resist or anything.
Okay.
I told her that my wife was upstairs and she's wounded.
Okay.
And they brought me to one of the officers' cars, and I sat there for a little bit while they had a fire truck, and I didn't see a paramedic truck, but I think that's why the firemen were there.
Yeah. They brought you here.
I can't remember his name. They were gonna put me in one cop car, and then somebody else said no, put me in a different cop car, and then he brought me here in cuffs, and then I sat outside for a little bit,
Okay.
and at that point I was
All right.
still saying my wife's name.
Let's get down to it. A few questions that I have. Okay.
Okay.
So let me make sure I understand everything. Then I want you to make sure that you understand everything.
Yes.
All right? Because there is an explanation for this. And, Detective Jordan and Detective Barnett have told you that, hey, did you make a mistake? Nobody refutes the fact that you shot your wife and killed her.
Yeah, I
We
did.
know the physical act of that is yours.
Yeah, I
Okay?
did.
There's a couple of things that are omitted here. One thing is, you're about as emotionless as I am, and I'm a 36-year freaking veteran of police work, okay?
I understand.
That's a problem for me, okay? If somebody shoots their wife, accidentally or otherwise, and they have no intent, all right, you know what? I'm a basket case, just like Barnett had told you before, okay? All this is gonna be entered, we're being recorded. It's gonna go in front of a jury,
Yes.
okay? And with the totality of circumstances, right? Now look at,
Yes, sir.
you understand what I'm talking about? Okay, you like emotion?
I don't know why.
Okay,
I don't.
let me finish speaking, please. You lack emotion. You admit to pulling the trigger and orienting the weapon towards your wife.
Yes, sir.
Okay? That part we got clear. Now, like I said, why did that happen, okay? Your experience, we know that, all right? The other thing is, we've got a scene there.
Yeah.
You shoot her. The weapon's hidden in the closet, thrown in your closet in your bedroom. The magazines are kicked under the bed. The alcohol that you're too young to have is poured out, and the bottle is thrown off the balcony. Right?
Yes, sir.
What does that look like to a reasonable, objective person?
I was trying to cover something up.
Does it? I'm asking you. What do you think?
Yeah, it does. It looks like I was
It
trying.
looks bad. Okay, it looks
Yeah.
horrible for you.
Yeah.
Okay, the only thing look at me. The only thing that I can do for you, and listen, I have sat across the table from many a freaking killer. Many times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Sometimes it's an accident, and most of the time it's freaking damn straight on purpose. Okay? You just got back from Yakima. The day you get back, you shoot your wife.
Yeah.
What usually happens in that case with a soldier? What is usually the circumstance? His wife's been fucking around on him. That's usually the case.
Yeah.
Okay? And he finds out about it, and he finds some evidence of that. We know that she bought flowers for somebody, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like
No.
I said at the beginning, she told me about that.
Okay, and that's why we're getting to this now, okay? She told you about that. Now, she might have been trying to mitigate that circumstance. Now, listen to me. I've been married 33 freaking years. Same woman, okay? Long time. Unusual for my profession, having that I picked, of course, being a soldier for 22 years and being a police officer for 15 years. After that, that's a long time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you can tell from the lines in my head, I'm not a real fucking prize to peach to be around sometimes. But I'm going to tell you that, I would never send roses, red roses, to anybody except my wife. That is unusual. Now, if somebody were sick, I would send them flowers. A bouquet, perhaps.
I think
Red
that's
roses is a little different. Well, it specifically says red roses on the receipt, right? Did you know about that before?
I didn't. The first time I heard about the receipt is when the two detectives came
Okay.
in after they took a break. And
Did your wife tell you what kind of flowers she sent?
No, she just said a bouquet of flowers.
Bouquet of flowers.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you? So you never saw that at all?
So
You never saw the receipt or anything from
I
Safeway?
never saw the flowers. And I never saw the receipt.
Right. I understand you never saw the flowers because they're not in the house, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Did you ever scratch your head and kind of go, what the hell is that about? What do you think that a dozen roses cost to send? Did she tell you how much she spent on them?
I'll usually buy Danielle like a single rose, and I'll bring it to her.
And what's that running?
Just a few dollars.
A few dollars, right? So you multiply a few dollars times 12, like $40, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not it's a little chunk of change, right?
Yeah.
Is that something you would do for just anybody or somebody you knew casually? I mean, I don't know. You see,
I wouldn't buy flowers from my wife.
I wouldn't buy flowers for anybody but my wife either, and I wouldn't do it for somebody I knew casually, And if my wife did that shit, I'd probably say, what the hell's going on with that? Was that the case? Were you suspect about that at all?
No, when she told me when I was in the car, I thought she would, because she told me she got it for her co-worker's wife.
Right.
So
He's having some postpartum depression issues or something? Is that kind of what it is?
for the
Do you know what that is?
for the other woman.
Yeah.
I don't know why or what was wrong. She said like she had a kid.
Right, she had a baby and she was kind of feeling blue after the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what postpartum depression is. Yeah. Yeah. That's when you have a baby and hormonal freaking problems or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, she told me about that, and I didn't really think much of it because
Okay.
I thought, well, maybe she knows them better than I do. I don't.
All right. Well, let's get to the rest of the part of it. Okay.
Okay.
Rifle goes in the closet, right?
Yeah.
Magazines get kicked underneath there. You dump that stuff out. You give the neighbor some bullshit story at the door. All those things, in totality of circumstance, formulate intent.
I understand.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, which is it? Did you intend to shoot her, or did you intend to disturb the crime scene? Which one is it?
I did not intend to shoot her, but I did intend to disturb the crime scene.
Okay, so you disturbed the crime scene after the fact.
Yes, sir.
Okay, intentionally. You gave that. You had some quick thoughts about that.
And yes,
and you did that.
intentionally quick thoughts came.
And why did you do that? Why did you do that?
I don't know, sir.
You just can't.
I guess I don't.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Did your acts of negligence result in your wife's death?
Yes, sir.
They did. Okay. So what do we call that? We call that manslaughter. That's what we call it, right? That's a problem for you. That's a problem for you right there. Okay? Whether or not, you know, it's a lower form of murder, but it's a murder. Okay? It's recklessness. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? That's what I need to know. I mean, first, did you intentionally plan to kill your wife? Answer the question.
No, sir.
Okay. Did you negligently and recklessly kill your wife?
Say it again.
Negligently and recklessly kill your wife. Did your actions negligent?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they did.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So, would you, in simpler terms, would you say your own stupidity resulted in your wife's death?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's what I need to know. There's no other reason at this point in time for you to, that you killed your wife. No financial issues?
No. Apparently they said that I was $17,000 in debt.
Might be.
I do have a car loan, but
Okay.
that was never a problem for me.
But altogether, I mean, that's a little chunk of change. How much do you make a month?
For my housing BH, I make I think
BH and salary.
it's like 3,600, 3,500.
Wow, that's big money, huh? For 84, it's a lot different than when I was in. Okay, so $3,600 a month
Yeah.
with BAH?
BAS, BAH.
BH, okay, all right.
And then
So for-
my base pay and
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. You don't get any other proficiency pays, right? Nothing else? You're not airborne qualified, you're not jumping, nothing
No, I
like
don't
that?
get anything extra.
Okay, good. All right. So let's get down to the test. So what are fair questions in your opinion? What are some fair questions? Did you intentionally kill your wife? Is that a fair
No, sir.
question? No, I'm asking you. We're going to formulate the questions I'm going to ask you when we get on the box.
Did I intentionally kill my wife? That's
Yeah.
if you want to ask, that's a fine question. I'll answer that.
Okay, all right. All right. Make sure I got the right one here. I got a list.
Can I please get some more water?
Yeah, need some more water. Let's finish this real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So, if I ask you the questions, is your name Skyler Nemetz?
Skylar Nemetz. Yes.
Nemetz? How would you answer that?
Yes.
Okay. Is the color now this is a control question. This is how I find out what your light looks like on that machine. All right. I want you to say no to it. I'm gonna ask you, is the color of my briefcase black? Look at it.
No.
Okay. So if I ask, it is black, obviously.
Yes.
Would you say we agree on that it is black?
Yes.
Okay. But I want you to say no. Right.
Okay.
That's gonna show what your light looks like. Is today? It's today. It's Friday already. Is today Friday? I'm going to say yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, the relevant question is, no big surprise, did you intentionally kill your wife?
No.
No. Okay? Is this the month of October?
Yes.
Okay? Did you negligently kill your wife?
Yes.
Okay. Are we in the city of Lakewood? Are we in this? Yeah, it's Lakewood.
Yes.
Okay. Another control question. I want you to lie to it. Because everybody has. Have you ever driven over the posted speed limit?
Yes.
Okay, but I want you to say no. Because
no.
you, right? That's a control question. All right. Am I wearing a watch?
Yes.
Yes. Anything there that you can't live with?
I'm fine with that.
All those questions, right? Okay. I'm going to talk to the guys out here. Make sure everybody's okay with the case detective's okay with the questions we talked about, and then we'll get on the test, and I'll be somewhere. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Is there anything that you don't understand about this and the totality of the circumstance? You understand this looks horrible for you. It looks bad.
Yeah, I'm probably done for the next 20 years.
Done for a while. You know? That's what I'm trying to make sure of. You know, all I can do for you is say, when I looked you in the eye, you told me the truth. Are you going to be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
Have you told me the truth so far?
Yes, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir.
You didn't kill your wife because you were pissed off or anything like that?
No, I did not, sir.
No?
No.
Why do you think you're so void of emotion?
I really don't know. I've learned that myself.
Are you in shock or something? Are you always like this? Is this just your personality?
I've never been around something like this. My heart's been pumping like crazy since it happened. It hasn't stopped.
Really? I'm going to display that. I mean, you know, like I said, if my wife's dead, what am I going to do, Skyler? What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to go right there, and I'm going to apply some direct pressure like I'm trained to do, and I'm going to call 911 with the other hand, and I'm going to talk to her and make sure, you know, I have her attention and she's still with us, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you been trained in that?
Yeah, partially.
Bullshit. I know you've been trained in it. I know that you've had some combat lifesaver training. Something like that. Stop making fucking excuses because I know that, okay? That's the thing. You can't. Why didn't you do that? Why? Answer the fucking question, man.
I don't know, sir.
Why? I mean, the reasonable fucking person would go there and try to save that person's life, especially if it's somebody that fucking means a lot to them. Is that reasonable?
Yes, it is.
It is. Is it reasonable for somebody to go dump their alcohol off the goddamn patio as a priority? No. Is it reasonable for somebody to flush it? No. Is it reasonable for somebody to kick the fucking magazines under the bed and to hide the weapon? No. It's not. So tell me why you fucking did those things. Because it makes you look like a fucking killer. I'm telling you. It makes you look like a fucking killer. And when this gets in front of a jury, that is exactly what you're going to look like. Because you're not giving me an explanation. You're just not, man.
I don't know why, but I think because of the alcoholism in my system, I tried to cover my...
How much did you drink, Tyler? I mean, Skyler. How much did you drink?
One drink.
One drink?
I don't drink that often.
How much do you weigh?
Like 150 to 160 pounds.
150, 160 pounds. Yeah, one drink. How big of a shot of Fireball did you take?
It was. If I filled it up in the cup, it was probably right there.
Not a whole lot.
Yeah. And some Red Bull.
And some Red Bull, right? Did you feel drunk?
I definitely was not sober, so I felt buzzed off.
You felt low buzzed. Were you out of control? You think you were incapable of making a fucking decision? Were you? I'm asking you.
No, I was capable of making decisions, sir.
Okay, so you're telling me, as a soldier in the United States Army, who is able to fucking hang a fucking mortar tube, how long does it take you to fucking calculate that trajectory and get them to fucking hang that round and shoot it? How many seconds? How many fucking seconds?
I can get the gun up in like 10 to 15 seconds.
10 to fucking 15 seconds. You can get a goddamn 81 millimeter mortar downrange, but you can't keep your shit together enough to apply direct pressure to your wife's fucking wound after you shoot her. Really? Really? You want me to fucking believe that? do I fucking believe that? How do I convince a judge and a jury that you were not a fucking intentional killer? After you have, you fucking destroyed my fucking crime scene, you find out that your wife bought flowers for somebody fucking else, and you get back from Yakima on that day. Really? Does that look fucking rosy and fucking peachy for you? Does it?
No.
No, it doesn't. So what's the fucking truth, bud?
I didn't intentionally kill my wife, sir.
You didn't.
I did not.
Really?
The flowers.
What's that fucking machine gonna say? Because I'm gonna tell you what. Let me explain how this works. The FM frequency of your voice will be measured by that machine. A polygraph is 35% accurate. I would not take one if my fucking life depended on it. An 18-year study completed last year with that through Johns Hopkins is 96 fucking percent accurate. If you lie, I will fucking know. Absolutely positive of it.
Yes, sir.
No bullshit.
Yes, sir.
So before we get and you waste my fucking time, let me know where you're at with it, bud. Where are you at with it? As a soldier to soldier, tell me what the fucking deal is. Because the only thing I can do to mitigate you getting 20 or fucking life is to say, listen, when I looked you fucking straight in the eye, you said, listen, I made a mistake, I fucked up, and that's the way it is, okay? Now, is it intentional or isn't it?
It's not intentional, sir, and I did fuck up. I fucked up.
What do you think you deserve then for that?
I wish I could trade places with her.
Okay, got that part. Not happening. How many years do you think you should go to jail? How well do you think you're going to do in Washington State Prison, Skyler, at $150 and 5'8"?
Not well at all.
Not well at all. You know what? It's going to be a hard fucking road to hoe, dude. I'm telling you. Because some fucking buck, you got a pretty face, man. They're going to be all over your ass. I'm going to tell you that. And that's not even a fucking threat. It's a matter of fact. I'm just telling you. I need the truth. The absolute fucking truth. Okay?
What do you think, sir?
I'm asking you. I think the totality of circumstances is horrible for you. I'm telling you, the facts of the investigation indicated that you intentionally shot your fucking wife, either because you found something on that computer or because you thought she was having an affair over the flower thing. And that's all I can come up with based upon the facts and the physical evidence that I have now. And that's the only thing I can do with, Skyler, is what I'm finding in your apartment, what I'm putting together, and what the other investigators are putting together. I'm not lying to you. You know everything that I fucking know. Everything. I'm not holding anything back. I don't need to. You know what went down there. The only thing I can't figure out is what's in your fucking head and why that went down.
Sir, I'm trying to spill as much as I can for you, but...
And I'm just trying to make sure, absolutely, that I got the right picture here.
My negligence killed my wife.
Okay, so that's what the machine's going to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure I don't make a mistake. You got it? Nothing personal. That's the way we're doing it. You want some water? I'll get you some. Okay, come in. Got your Diet Coke, how's that? All right, yeah. All right. Let me make sure, I talked to the investigators, make sure they got what they want. All right. One of the questions that he'd like to clarify, that's maybe a little better, I don't know. Were your actions, or did you point the weapon at her to intimidate her or scare her?
No.
Okay. What would you like? Which question would you like? Did you fire the weapon at her to scare her, or point the weapon at her to scare her?
No.
Okay. Okay. Give me a minute to get the machine set up, and we'll get it going on, okay? I'll get you to, we'll do some testing, and actually this will be pretty quick. Actually, it's the 17th already. Okay. Where's the plugs? Oh, lonely. It's way over there. Let's move your stuff for me, Prince. Stuff over. Try to get out of your way.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Has any of the family been told? Do you know about that?
Of her family specifically?
Or anybody?
Not that I'm aware of. Usually the case agent or the chaplain will have those duties. So I'll find out for you.
When will I be able to speak with the
Let's see if we. I don't know if I can get you that before booking or before we get downtown. Let's see. Okay.
What's downtown?
Jail. I mean, you know you're going to jail, right? You're not going to walk out of here for a manslaughter.
I understand.
Pretty serious, right?
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm trying to emphasize. I can't emphasize it enough that you need to tell me the truth.
Yes, sir, and I'm trying to do my best. That's
Okay.
why I agreed to this. And
It's pretty serious.
yes, I know, sir.
And you've been cooperative, you know, as far as participating in all the, in everything we've asked you to do. But, you know, like I said, people lie to me every day, every single day.
Yes, sir.
So it's not uncommon.
What about my leadership?
I already talked to them.
You already talked to it.
I briefed your commander and your platoon leader.
What'd they say?
Well, I didn't say much. It's basically, you know, I just told them the facts of the investigation as it was thus far. Make sure I got it. Nemetz, correct?
Nemetz.
Correct. Skylar.
Yes.
Okay. And middle is N, correct?
Yes.
So November. Okay.
Will I be able to see my wife?
I don't think so. Real quick. Just right there. Let me ask you one more thing, real quick, before we get on this. Were you screwing with her at all? I mean, just, trying to...
No,
you
there
know,
was no...
Point at her, or were you just in the back of your head, maybe she was looking the other way, and you had that little suspicion, maybe something that's happening, and you click it off and kind of your own little, hey, self-satisfaction? Anything like that? No?
No funny games.
Just, okay. I'm just asking,
My intent was to clear the weapon, just put it away.
Just put it away, and you were just negligent in how you handled it. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So real quick, I'll go over the questions with you one more time, and then we'll get we'll get the mic on and have it calibrated, and we'll calibrate to your voice. So is your name Skyler Nemetz? Say Nemetz?
Skyler Nemetz.
Nemetz, okay. Skyler Nemetz. Is the color of my briefcase black? You'll answer
No.
okay. Is today Friday?
Yes.
Did you intentionally kill your wife?
No.
Okay. Is this the month of October?
Yes.
Did you point the weapon at your wife to scare her?
No.
Are we in the city of Lakewood?
Yes.
Have you ever driven over this posted speed limit?
No.
Okay. Am I wearing a watch?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Right. Okay. So intentionally. Okay. All right, what's around that? Okay. All right, yeah, thanks. Okay, put this right about there. See if it's, yeah, we'll get in there. Maybe a little bit higher. That's kind of, yeah, we'll try that, okay? Is your name Skyler Nemetz?
Yes.
Start things now. Pick it up right there. Okay, make sure you speak up. Move it up a little closer to you. If it's got the clip on it, just move it. Try that. Is your name Skyler Nemetz?
Yes.
Is your name Skyler Nemetz?
Yes.
Good. This is just a calibration test, okay? We're not doing the test yet. Is today Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is your name Skyler Nemetz?
Yes.
Good. Remember, this is a control question. Is the color of my briefcase black?
No.
And I might have to ask him again just to make sure it takes, okay? We're gonna ask that one again. Is the color of my briefcase black?
No.
Is today Friday?
Yes.
Did you intentionally kill your wife?
No.
Is this the month of October?
Yes.
Did you point the weapon at your wife to scare her?
No.